Alright, hello and welcome everyone to Beschautes kurzes Bein. My name is Lea and we are live with India versus Australia in the Cricket World Cup 2025. This match is the 13th match of the competition and it is taking place in Visakhapatnam. Let's have a look at what the teams will look like. Pressure on India, that's for sure. Just to give you a bit of context, India failed to win their match against South Africa. Australia are still unbeaten in the competition with one match in Colombo rained off though. So they are currently not the top of the table, which is occupied by England. England have won 3 of 3. Australia are in second place with 5 points from their 3 matches. The abandoned one was, let me have a look, versus Sri Lanka. India have lost against South Africa, as I said. And so they are on 4 points. They are in third place, South Africa in fourth, because they famously lost their match against England by quite a margin. So their net run rate is kind of in the shitter. So let's have a look. As I am seeing on the TV, the teams are out in the middle for the national anthems. Let's have a look. First of all, I have to tell you that Australia have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. As we are seeing close-ups of the Mithali Raj stand in Visakhapatnam. I think that is a very recent development. It's new since this World Cup, I think. Anyway, Australia have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. India are number 1, Smriti Mandhana, number 2, Pratika Rawal, number 3, Harleen Deol, for Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain. At 5, we have Jemima Rodrigues. Deepti Sharma is at 6. Risha Ghosh, the wicketkeeper, is at number 7. Amanjot Kaur is at 8. 9 is Snehrana. At 10 is Kranti God. And 11 is Sri Charani. The Australian team, Alyssa Healy, captain and wicketkeeper, opening with Phoebe Litchfield. Elise Perry is at 3. Beth Mooney at 4. Annabelle Sutherland at 5, Ashley Gardner at 6, number 7 is Talia McGrath, 8 is Sophie Molyneux, and 9 is Kim Garth, with Alana King and Megan Schutt bringing up the tail. So, first things first, it's, as always, if you are watching this, feel free to use the YouTube chat. Get in touch with the stream. It's always fun to talk to you all. Most people are probably coming over from Guerrilla Cricket anyway, so you know what the deal is here. As we are seeing the Australian team now coming out into the middle, there is some high fives from, I think that was Elise Perry, to someone out there tasked with holding up the giant flag. Yeah, so I think we will start with the Australian national anthem, which is shamefully not Down Under by Men at Work. Anyway, Rhubarb is with us on YouTube and says the weather in the UK is described as Dunkelflaute this week. Well, that's interesting. Dunkel meaning dark, and a Flaute is what's the English word for Flaute? It means no wind. Basically, it's a marine term. It's a sailor's term. A Flaute is when you can't sail because there is no wind. Um, so yeah, I'm not really I'm not really sure what to make of the term Dunkelflaute. Um, anyway, so I think Australia will be favorites in this match. Because let's face it, Australia are probably the best team in the world currently. And also India have really dropped the ball against South Africa in their last match. Will be interesting to see what the Indian tactics will be. I think because from what I've seen of India during the tournament, I think that they've been using Deepti Sharma a bit too early for my liking. Against Pakistan, she was rather expensive against the top order. She ended the match with very respectable figures, mostly owing to the fact that she basically cleaned up the tail um, relatively cheaply. And so interesting. I think that's a that's an interesting question for the captain. Where do we bowl Deepti Sharma? I will also inform you that we will have some company during the second innings because Adit from the Cricket Sickos podcast, and also he was on the live coverage by White Line Wireless while he was in Australia. He is now back in Indonesia, I think. He will join me during the second innings. So for the Australian chase, Adit will join us. So you can all look forward to that one. And we are about 2 minutes away from the start of play, if I'm not mistaken. 3 spinners for Australia: Gardner, Molyneux, and King. While Perry, Sutherland, and there are, I think, four seam options for Australia. I think for India, Kranti Gaur will be one of the more important players. She had a very good match against Pakistan. As we are now seeing the huddle by the Australians, they are in the huddle outside the ropes, while the Indian opening pair is making their way out into the middle. A good number of Australian fans are in Visakhapatnam right now, and it's I don't know where I read it, but there was a post on Blue Sky. I think it was from Artie from Northern Ireland, a friend of the show, who said something to the effect of, it's really heartening when some middle-aged Australian blokes in an AFL jersey is supporting the Women's Cricket World Cup. Because there are some middle-aged Australian blokes in AFL jerseys out in the stands in Visakhapatnam right now. And we are getting ready for play. Let's have a look at who is actually umpiring in this match. The umpires are Nimali Pereira, as you might have guessed. She's from Sri Lanka. And Sue Redfern are the on-field umpires. The TV umpire is Jacqueline Williams from the West Indies. The reserve umpire is Kim Cotton from New Zealand. And the match referee is Michelle Pereira. So, we are getting ready for play. Pratika Rawal is on screen now, and now it's Smriti Mandhana 112 matches, average of 47.07. 13 centuries in on women's one-day international cricket to her name. And Kim Garth, right arm, fast medium, is set to start the bowling for Australia. Alana King is resetting the field. I don't know why she is doing that, but there is a slip and a gully in place for Kim Garth, and the first delivery is clipped off the pads into the leg side. There is a bit of yes, no, maybe, perhaps, and Smriti Mandhana is sent back by Rawal. She was almost halfway down the pitch. There is a bit of sorry, going on there as Kim Garth continues. She's bowling right arm over the wicket. This one is defended back towards the bowler. It is fielded by Alana King, who is running in from mid-on, and there is no run. So, India have not been able to score yet, as we are seeing Talia McGrath. She is looking very, very animated. For what reason, I do not yet know. Anyway, in comes Garth again, right arm over the wicket. And this one is snuck past the fielder at gully. It is fielded out in the deep because there is a sweeper. There is protection out in the deep in the offside for Australia. And India are off the mark with the single, one without loss. So, we are seeing highlights of Kim Garth from the match against Pakistan in Colombo for a bit before she comes in again, right arm over the wicket. She continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana. Next one is defended back towards her, and there is no run. So, it's kind of interesting because in recent years a lot of right arm bowlers have taken to bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, as this one is driven to mid-on by Smriti Mandhana. But there is a fielder out there and there is no run. One more delivery left in the first over of the match. And India are 1 for none. Smriti Mandhana still on her duck. And now she's taking guard again. As we are seeing some drone shots of the stadium in Visakhapatnam. In comes Kim Garth. There is still a slip and a gully. This one is driven for 4 runs by Smriti Mandhana as she finds the boundary at cover. And that is the 449th 4 of the tournament. And India end the first over on 5 without loss. Sorry. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Rhubarb is saying some could argue the UK economy is quite dark with no wind at the moment. Yes, well, us Germans, we are it's just bad all around at the moment. They the ruling party, the Christian Democrats, are currently waging a culture war on vegetarian foodstuffs. It's just baffling. They are a party of fucking muppets. Anyway, Megan Schutt for the first time. Very, very full ball, and it is driven very straight, but straight to the fielder by Pratika Rawal. and there is no run. Let's have a look at the scorecard over on Crick Info. No, they are not doing any of the win prediction or stuff like that for the Women's World Cup. I don't know why. Can't be that hard to feed just the stats into your engine, into your statistical engine that you have anyway for the men. But there is no prediction where India will end up or anything like that. As Megan Schutt is bowling very full to Rawal, and Rawal is unable to do anything with any of the deliveries she has been served up by Schutt thus far. Schutt continues a right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Rawal, and this one is played out into the onside. Sue Redfern is signaling something, but it's there's no appeal or anything like that, as Rawal plays out another dot ball. In comes Schutt again. This one is driven square by Smriti Mandhana. Oh, they did run a single there. And another single to end the over. Oh no, this is really confusing. There are a lot of replays, and no, it looks like Pratika has taken a single. So now Smriti Mandhana is on strike. Yes, the left-hander is on strike now, as Schutt continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is driven out to cover by Smriti Mandhana. So India end the second over on 7 without loss. Let's have a look. I was thinking about looking at something on the pitch, if there is anything. An interesting fact by ESPN Crick Info. Harmanpreet Kaur hasn't had the best of tournaments thus far. She has scored 9, 19 and 21 so far in this edition of the Women's World Cup, but she has been dismissed only once by Australia in ODI World Cups, and she averages 270 against Australia in one-day international World Cups. So all eyes will be on her probably, as Kim Garth continues, and India are now looking a bit more settled, as they are taking another single of the first delivery, while we see replays of the preparation of the wicket now, which looks very dry indeed. There is no grass on that wicket. There are a few cracks in there. Let's see if later in the match, with an older ball, the spinners can get into the action. We have seen some interesting gambits during this ODI World Cup, I think, with spinners opening the bowling, stuff like that. Second delivery of Kim Garth's second over is another dot ball, as is the third, as Pratika is looking to cut but can only find the fielder at gully. India remain on 8 without loss. So, yeah, I was looking for some more info on the pitch. Apparently, ESPN Quick Info is predicting a relatively high-scoring match between these two sides. Not yet looking like it, as India are going along at a run rate of around 3 at the moment. 2.4 overs gone, only 1 run coming off this, the third over of the match. Pull shot by Pratika Rawal, but there is a fielder out at square leg, and India are restricted to a single again, so 9 without loss after 2.5 overs. Yeah, so the run rate is currently hovering around 9, which around 3, which is not the recipe for a high scoring contest, I would say. Smriti Mandhana is on strike now, the left-hander. She's on 6 of 5, while Pratika Rawal at the other end is on 3 of 12. In comes Garth, right arm over the wicket. And there is no run as she is playing that out into the offside. 9 without loss after 3 overs. Kim Garth with figures of none for 7 from 2 overs. Pratika Rawal on 3 of 12. And Smriti Mandhana on 6 of 6. I just like the name of the city. I like the sound of Visakhapatnam. And yeah, I don't know if any of you know what's it called, the great cricketer, this Australian thing about very, very bitter great cricketer, and I think if anything like that were to be written about Indian weekend warriors, weekend cricketers, it should be called "It's Always Sunny in Visakhapatnam." I think I just like the sound of that, obviously in reference to "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia." Anyway, Megan Schutt continues, and off the first delivery of her second over, India bring up their double figures, 10 without loss. There are still a slip and a gully in place, and now India are turning over the strike, or they're looking to turn over the strike more consistently. Singles of the first 2 deliveries of Megan Schutt's second over. India 11 without loss. In comes Megan Schutt again, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Pratika Rawal, and this one is an on drive that is stopped by a mid-on, and this time there is no run, so India remain on 11 without loss. Megan Schutt with figures of none for 4 of her 9 deliveries that she has now bowled, as Pratika Rawal is taking guard again. There is still a slip in place. This one is short, and Pratika looks to pull it, can only find mid-wicket, and there is no run. We are now seeing an analysis of Smriti Mandhana versus Australian Pacers in ODIs in India in 2025, which, yeah, that's not the best sample size, I think, but Pratika Rawal now finds the boundary at cow corner as she pierces the field, and that brings up the 450th four of the tournament. India 15 without loss. One more delivery left in the fourth over, and again, I will read out your messages on YouTube chat between overs, as Pratika Rawal can only find mid off and there is no run. So, Rubab says Germany is in the top 20 most free countries according to Wikipedia. Yeah, it's getting bad though. Currently, we have the Christian Democrats, who are currently in a coalition with the Social Democrats. They are currently looking forward to the next election cycle, and they are hell bent on a coalition government with the fascist party of Germany, the AfD. And the Social Democrats are spineless bastards currently. Anyway, Kim Garth is continuing as Smriti Mandhana plays her out towards cover, and there is a single. And Rubab also says it's always sunny in Glasgow, Scotland. I've been to Glasgow, and I can tell you that's a lie. It's not always sunny in Glasgow, but yeah, fascinating, ugly city, I would say. Very, brutalist architecture. As now, Pratika Rawal seems to be in the mood. Another 4 of the second delivery of Kim Garth's third over. India bring up their 20 without loss now. The central bus terminal in Glasgow is a work. I can't even describe it. It's so dystopian looking, I think. But I remember, isn't it in Glasgow where you had the ice cream van wars during the 70s or 80s, something like that? Organized crime, selling drugs from ice cream vans and shooting each other. Another single, and India are 21 without loss, as now Smriti Mandhana is on strike and Kim Garth is continuing right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana. Angles one across her, and Smriti Mandhana is not looking to fish for that one outside her off stump. It is taken by the captain and keeper Alyssa Healy. There is a very, very offsidey field. There is a gully, there is a backward point, there is extra cover, there is mid-off. The onside, on the other hand, there is basically no one behind square on the leg side for Australia here. Now we are seeing replays of Nat Silverbrand, who once again rescued England yesterday. In comes Kim Garth, and this one is driven, but straight to mid-off, and there is again no run. So 5 overs gone, 21 without loss. Pratika Rawal is on 13 of 19, and Smriti Mandhana is on 8 of 11. India, as I said, 21 without loss. Kim Garth has bowled 3 overs. She has figures of none for 13. And let's have a look. Rubab says the ice cream mafia was Aberdeen, I think. Yeah, I just remember, I think it was the Dollop which is an American podcast about history, about weird history stuff, which I can only recommend. Their episodes on 10-cent beer night is excellent. They have very, very excellent episodes on Ronald Reagan and one of the Bushes, as well as one on Trump. Excellent stuff. The one on Reagan has Patton Oswalt as a guest. Who is just the best. Anyway, back in Visakhapatnam, Megan Schutt is continuing. There is a single, and Smriti Mandhana is now on strike. And again, Megan Schutt continues to bowl right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, angling the ball across the left-hander, as we are seeing Jay Shah, the BCCI president, looking very, very sinister, while opening the Mithali Raj stand, or dedicating the new Mithali Raj stand here in Visakhapatnam. She is obviously the former India captain, who was chided by Nasser Hussain for reading Nasser Hussain's book during the final of the, I think it was the last World Cup or something like that. Nasser Hussain said on air, as the TV pictures were showing Mithali Raj reading his book, don't read that. There is nothing about winning cricket matches in that one. Mithali Raj is currently on commentary for the international broadcast. She and Mel Jones are sitting in the box now. I can tell you this because there is not that much happening out in the middle. The Indian batters are taking the odd single here and there, but there is a lot of dot balls being played out by the Indians. I think it's partly because the bowling by Australia has been relatively tight. The field, they have bowled to their fields, and the Indians have not had that many opportunities to sneak any cheeky singles in there. And yeah, so only 2 runs from the 6th over. Megan Schutt has bowled 3 overs. She has conceded 10 runs in her 3 overs. India and the 6th on 23 without loss. Let's have a look. Rubab says the ice cream wars were turf wars in the east end of Glasgow, Scotland in the 1980s. Just check. Yes, exactly. I was remembering listening to that episode a while back, and we have spin for the first time in the match. Australia have brought Ash Gardner into the attack. Some off spin from her, and she is bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Smriti Mandhana, who plays one out towards point, and there is no run. She replaces Kim Garth now. 11 innings they have played against each other. 5 times Smriti Mandhana has been dismissed by Ash Gardner in ODIs. But now there is a single in it for Smriti Mandhana. She is off strike, 24 without loss now. India. As there is it's a misfield by number 18. I think that's Phoebe Litchfield, isn't it? And the Indians run on the misfield, which you should probably not do most of the time. So, Gardner switches to over the wicket to the right-handed Pratika Rawal, and there is no run as she plays one out towards mid-off. Now Gardner is missing her line a bit, and there is the possibility to pull her into the leg side for Pratika Raval, which she does, and India take another single, 25 without loss. The quarter century is up for India in the 7th over. And Smriti Mandhana is back on strike, so Ash Gardner is changing back to around the wicket, and Smriti Mandhana plays her out to mid wicket. There is no run again, 25 without loss. Next one is driven straight past the cover fielder in the circle, and long off has to come around and field it, as cover did not even make any attempt to stop that one. 26 without loss, 7 overs gone for India. Yeah, now it looks like Australia are continuing with spin, because Molyneux is brought into the attack, as we are seeing. Where is that? There are shots of a beach with a beached tanker, I think, out there in Visakhapatnam. If anyone is familiar with Visakhapatnam, do you know anything about a beached tanker there? It looks like maybe the loading screen of a video game or something like that. Some Far Cry type stuff. To be honest with you, as Molyneux is coming in, left arm over the wicket, and she is lofted by Smriti Mandhana over the infield, and 1-2 bounces, 4 runs at Cow Corner, and India are 30 without loss. And yeah, that is, I think that's the first lofted shot of the match, actually, as Molyneux continues the left arm over the wicket. This one is defended by Smriti Mandhana back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So the current run rate is now above 4 again, as there is still a slip in place, and now Smriti Mandhana is going for it, and they will have to check for that one. No Sue Redfern signals. This is the first 6 of the match, over long on by Smriti Mandhana, who moves on to 21 of 20. And India are 36 without loss. 64 meters, and we are seeing slow-mo replays of Alyssa Healy, who is looking at that 6. Another pull shot from Smriti Mandhana, and this one is fielded at backward point, but there is a single in it for India. 37 without loss now. Molyneux has conceded 11 runs of 4 deliveries in her first over thus far. Pratika Raval is now on strike. She is on 15 of 25. And let's see if she can accelerate as well. Cut shot by Pratika Raval, as Molyneux is erring a bit outside the off stump. And there is another single. So 12 runs conceded of 5 deliveries thus far in Sophie Molyneux's first over. 64 meters, the 6th distance. What is going on? Sue Redfern looks like she is signaling a free hit, but there is nothing on the screen that implies there was a no ball. She was clearly doing this over her head, which means free hit. as Molyneux continues left arm over the wicket, and this one is too short. It is there to be pulled from outside the off stump by the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, and she again finds the boundary, and that is another 4 runs for India. As apparently the ball-by-ball scorecard on ESPN Cricinfo has just died. They are still saying it's 25 without loss for India after 6.5 overs, which it definitely isn't anymore. Let's have a look. Now my stream has apparently died. It is back, and Sky is saying they're really, really sorry for the temporary fault. Excellent, excellent, Sky. This has happened a few times during the tournament thus far for Sky. They have lost live coverage off the ground, which wouldn't be as bad if ESPN Cricinfo would be up to date, but they aren't. It is still 25 without loss according to Cricinfo after 6.5 overs. So I'm very, very sorry, but I really can't tell you what is going on. Let's have a look if Crickbuzz is able to help out with their scorecard. I have to admit that I don't really like their layout, but that's a very, very personal thing. And if you prefer their graphic design, you go ahead. But I can tell you that apparently there has been... Yes, there have been 16 runs scored in the 8th over, which was the first over by Sophie Molyneux, and now Ash Gardner has been taken to the cleaners. She has bowled her second over, and she has conceded 10 runs of her second over, the 9th overall, and India bring up a half century with a 6 from Smriti Mandhana, who moves on to 26 of 22, while Pratika Rawal is also on 26, but she has taken 32 deliveries to reach that mark. So Molyneux is continuing after, well, having been quite expensive in her first over of the match. The current run rate is now above 5. It is almost 6, 5.78 for India. In comes Molyneux, and she is cut, and the fielder at point can't get a hand to that one, and India have another boundary. It is Smriti Mandhana, who moves on to 30. India 56 without loss, 9.1 overs gone. Molyneux has now conceded 20 runs thus far. And ESPN Cricinfo is the scorecard is updating again, but they are over almost half or over half an over behind my live coverage, my TV coverage, which is probably also behind because it is a streaming service in continental Europe, and I don't think it's really live. It's about half an over behind what is actually live. Anyway, Molyneux continues, and this one is defended back towards the bowler by Smriti Mandhana, who remains on 30 of 24, 56 without loss, strike rate of 120 or above in the middle overs for Smriti Mandhana. What are the middle overs? I think you would say after the first 10, the middle overs start. As there is another dot ball as she plays one out towards square leg. In comes Molyneux again, defended into the offside by Smriti Mandhana, fielded by the bowler, and there is again no run. So we have long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, square leg, short fine leg, backward point, point, extra cover, and mid off for Sophie Molyneux bowling to Smriti Mandhana. In she comes again, left arm over the wicket, and this one is cut, but straight to point. And there is no run. So only 4 runs of the second over of Sophie Molyneux, who conceded 16 in her first over. In she comes again, final delivery, cut again, and this time the fielder at point can't stop the delivery. Kim Garth is running after it, stops it out near the boundary, but the Indian batters have run a couple of runs, so 58 without loss. Pratika Rawal is now no, she would be on strike if the end wouldn't change. 26 of 32 for her. Smriti Mandhana 32 of 28. The current run rate is 5.8, and Annabelle Sutherland is given the ball by Captain Alyssa Healy. Yes, it is Annabelle Sutherland, and that is the end of the first power play as the umpire from Sri Lanka is signaling now, Pereira. So, 5.8 the run rate. Who is that? It is Annabelle Sutherland in conversation with Kim Garth as we are back to pace bowling, and in she comes, right arm over the wicket to Pratika Rawal, and there is no run. So 58 without loss, 46 matches and 48 wickets for Annabelle Sutherland in her ODI career, no fifers, and she replaces Ash Gardner, and let's have a look at what she can do. This one is bowled more on the pads of Pratika Rawal, who can't make any use of that one as it is a bit fuller and pitches on a middle stump line, as we are seeing replays of the highlights of mostly Smriti Mandhana's innings, to be honest. Some lofted shots of Molyneux, and this one is shorter by Sutherland, almost a bouncer, and Pratika Rawal ducks under that one, looks for maybe an uppercut, but is very, very lucky that she doesn't get a top edge to that one, as Alyssa Healy takes it cleanly behind the stumps, and it is given as a wide. It's given as a wide, and that means India 59 without loss. Yeah, I don't know. Sue Redfern is really, really stretching it with her signals. Because I did not make that out as a wide signal by Sue Redfern. Anyway, cut shot and misfield by backward point, and India run another single. So Smriti Mandhana is back on strike. 60 is up for India, as Annabelle Sutherland is bowling mostly around 115, middle of the 110 kilometers per hour, but her slower ball is just 10 kilometers per hour slower than her stock deliveries. We have seen drops of around 20 kilometers per hour in the slower ball department during the recent Asia Cup. So yeah, I mean it's a 10% drop in velocity, but is that really enough to induce a mistimed shot from the batters? As we are seeing shots of Indian fans painting Indian flags onto their cheeks and stuff like that. Sutherland gets out of her first over with no more damage, just a wide and a single of the over. So, India 60 without loss, Pratika on 27. And Smriti Mandhana on 32. Let's have a look at YouTube. Rubab asks, pineapple on pizza, yeah or nein? It is the very, very infamous Pizza Hawaii. He says, I personally am a fan of pineapple on everything. Yeah, it is. I think it's actually a German invention, because not necessarily the pizza, but there was a very, very influential TV chef. He wasn't really a chef. He was just a guy who looked good on camera. He was called Clemens Wilmenroth. And after the war, he was one of the first TV chefs in Germany. And he had to do, he had to make use of very ordinary ingredients at the beginning, and it was the economic wonder, the Wirtschaftswunder, and he invented toast Hawaii, which is ham, pineapple, a slice of cheese, and then one of these maraschino cherries in the middle. And that goes into the oven for a few minutes to melt the cheese. So that is his invention, and it was called Toast Hawaii. And I think, at least in Germany, it is also called Pizza Hawaii if you put pineapple on there. So that goes back to Clemens Wilmenroth. I'm not really a fan of pineapple in general. I don't like the taste, I have to admit. And yeah, we can talk about this for a bit, because Ash Gardner is back, and she is keeping the Indians very, very quiet. 4 dot balls to begin her third over. Now there is a single by Pratika Rawal, and Smriti Mandhana is back on strike. India 61 without loss, 11.5 overs gone. The run rate is back to 5.15. More, well, there is someone in the crowd with a medical mask that looks a bit like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker from the movies. Anyway, another dot ball to end the over. Oh yes, there's a lot of Joker stuff going on. There are the Bharat army are out in force with some drums, and on the drums there's also pictures of the Joker. So I don't know what's up with that. Let's have a look. The pictures are now showing me the floodlight tower in Visakhapatnam. They are not on at the moment, so that's good news, as Annabelle Sutherland is back for her second over. She's bowling to Pratica. And first delivery is right arm over the wicket. And it is played back towards the bowler and there is no run. As we are seeing an analysis of Smriti Mandhana's cover drive. Now Sutherland is bowling wider outside the off stump and Pratica Rawal is looking to manufacture a shot there outside the off stump with an angled bat, but she can't get anything on the ball and there is no run. 61 without loss as Annabelle Sutherland continues. Right arm over the wicket and Pratica Rawal is looking for an almighty pull shot to that one as Sutherland is now bowling a bit shorter, but she misses it and there is no run. Smriti Mandhana at the non-strikers and looking a bit pensive, I would say. In comes Sutherland. This one is played out to mid-off. And again, there is no run. So Annabelle Sutherland continues to be very, very economical for Australia here. There's only one run off the bat thus far of her. She conceded a wide though. So yeah. Again, short, and this one falls safely as Pratica Rawal is getting a top edge to that one. It falls safe between deep fine leg and backward square leg. It bounces once for 4 runs. Yeah, she is looking for the pull shot there, and deep backward square leg was very, very close to that one, but she misses the ball and it bounces over the rope for 4 runs. 65 without loss. Final delivery coming up, defended back towards Sutherland and there is no run. 13 overs gone. India 65 without loss. So 4 runs of Sutherland's second over. Pratica Rawal is on 32, as is Smriti Mandhana. Rawal took 47 deliveries to get to 32 though, while Smriti Mandhana only took 31. Gardner continues for her fourth over. She has figures of none for 14 thus far. The current run rate is exactly 5 runs. Smriti Mandhana is on strike and Gardner is coming in right arm around the wicket, and this is a cheeky scoop by Smriti Mandhana that finds the boundary basically behind Alyssa Healy, and that means India are 69 without loss. Yeah, there is no backstop in place for Australia here, so that's an easy boundary. Appeal for caught behind from Alyssa Healy, who can't believe that Sue Redfern is not giving that one out. The DRS timer is ticking down and I don't think they will go for it. There is a bit of joking going on between the Australian keeper and captain Alyssa Healy and Smriti Mandhana, the Indian batter, on strike. Full from Gardner and driven straight to mid-off by Smriti Mandhana, but there is a single in that one as we are seeing a replays, and there is absolutely nothing on Ultra Edge. wide outside the off stump to the right-hander Pratika Rawal. It's driven to cover where there is a fielder and there is no run as Gardner continues loopy and full, and this one is driven to long on by Pratika Rawal. So another single for India. Smriti Mandhana is back on strike. As the TV informs me that Ash Gardner is one of the quickest spinners in one-day internationals and that she is effective against both left and right-handers. In she comes again, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana. Very, very loopy and very, very full, driven back towards her. There is no run. 14 overs gone. India 71 without loss. Let's have a look if anyone is with us still. Rhubarb, yeah, personally fan of pineapple on everything. Yeah, I'm not convinced by pineapple, but that's a personal thing. Have a bit of tea. And Annabelle Sutherland is back. She has conceded 6 runs from her 2 overs thus far. Pratika Rawal is on strike, 33 of 49. In comes Sutherland, right arm over the wicket, and this one is turned off her pads by Pratika Rawal, and there is a single in it for India. 72 without loss now, 14.1 overs gone. The Australian fielding has been a bit, it's uncharacteristically sloppy some of the time, as Sutherland is angling one across the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, who is looking for something outside her off stump, but she misses it. Healy takes it behind her, but there is not even any appeal. Smriti Mandhana averages 50.2 against Australia in ODIs. 20 innings, 953 runs apparently. As now she gets the single she was looking for in the delivery before this one, and India rotate the strike again, 73 without loss, 14.3 overs gone. Pratika Rawal is back on strike. In comes Sutherland, very wide outside the off stump and turned towards the fielder at backward point by Pratika Rawal. No run though, 73 without loss, India. Let's have a look at, we have a score prediction on the TV. The score predictor for India at this stage is 264, which would be probably a pretty good score in the context of this tournament, I think. The current partnership is 73 of 90 deliveries. I think this is the highest opening partnership for India in the tournament. As Annabelle Sutherland is getting out of her 3rd over relatively cleanly. Just 2 runs from the 15th over, 73 without loss, India. So let's have a look. The current run rate is 4.87, and Ash Gardner continues. She is talking to Alyssa Healy at the moment. And she has conceded 20 runs off her 4 overs so far. Smriti Mandhana is on strike to her. what is a Gardner going to do here? She gets ready, right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut by Smriti Mandhana, and she pierces the field in the offside. 4 runs for Smriti Mandhana, 42 of 38, and India are 77 without loss. So, only one six in the no, 2 sixes in the innings so far. Both Smriti Mandhana and Pratika Rawal have hit a 6. In comes Gardner again to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, who is looking to find another boundary where she found the first one of the over. But this time the fielders are more alert and there is no run as it is stopped just outside the circle. In she comes again, and mistimed cover drive from Smriti Mandhana here. There is no run as she gets an under edge to that one. In comes Gardner again, right arm around the wicket, and this time Smriti Mandhana can again pierce the field between point and extra cover. 4 runs again for Smriti Mandhana, 81 without loss after 15.4 overs. Gardner is now looking a bit rattled, I would think. She is gesturing towards her fielders in the offside as she again bowls it on a length outside the off stump of Smriti Mandhana, who again looks for the cut shot. This time she can only play it out towards the point fielder. There is no run. Gardner changing her line a bit for the final delivery of her 5th over, bowling it more onto the pads of Smriti Mandhana, who turns it into the leg side for a single, and India end the 16th on 82 without loss. 9 runs coming off the 16th over. India 82 without loss. As I said, Smriti Mandhana is within sight of her half century, 47 of 43 deliveries. Pratika Rawal at the other end is going along a bit more serenely, 34 of 53 deliveries. And Ashley Gardner has bowled 5 overs, taken no wickets, and conceded 29 runs. No maidens thus far in the match, as Annabel Sutherland continues. She is bowling right arm over the wicket, angling it across the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, who can find a single as it is fielded at deep third man. 83 without loss now, India. Pratika is on strike, and Sutherland continues right arm over the wicket, pulled by Pratika Rawal, behind square on the leg side, but again there is a fielder, there's a boundary rider out there behind square on the leg side, and it's just another single. 84 without loss, 16.2 overs gone. The run rate is 5.14. Smriti Mandhana can make 5,000 one-day international runs in the career. Today she is only 10 away from 5,000. As there is another single, so 9 more runs, I think. So if she makes it to 58, she will have made 5,000 one-day international runs in her career. Dot ball played out by Pratika Rawal. India remain on 85 without loss. Let me just confirm that yes, Smriti Mandhana does indeed need another 9 runs to make it 5,000 in her career in one-day internationals. In comes Sutherland, right arm over the wicket, and she is pulled by Pratika Rawal as she is pulling back her length a bit. It's on the shorter end, and this one finds the boundary in the leg side. 4 runs for India, 89 without loss. And the run rate is increasing again. It's around 5.3, somewhere around that. In comes Sutherland to end the over, cut and fielded at deep backward point. Single run taken by India, 90 without loss after 17 overs, and that brings on drinks. So, let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Thoughts on the Saudi Arabian Comedy Festival currently happening? Yeah, it's that's a kind of a shit show, because it's all the freedom of speech comics taking a lot of Saudi blood money to perform in a country that allows now freedom of speech, which is kind of ironic. It's all the right-wing dipshit comics from America currently doing it. So, as I said, there is a drinks break, and I will take a very, very short break as well. Please forgive me. But I will be with you again very, very shortly. And we are back. Um, so, okay. Talia McGrath is in for her first over. She is going to bowl the 18th of the innings. She replaces Ash Gardner. And she will bowl to Pratika Rawal, who is on 40 of 57. India, 90 without loss currently. In comes McGrath. And this one is played out to backward point by Pratika Rawal. There is no run. The current run rate hovers around 5.3. And Smriti Mandhana is one away from her half century. And Pratika Rawal's averages in ODIs since 2022 are 111.8 versus pace and 27.33 against spin. So she really likes the Pacers. Another single. So Smriti Mandhana is on strike. She has the chance to get her half century here now against Talia McGrath. India 91 without a loss. And there are a lot of people out in the crowds with their fingers crossed for the half century of Smriti Mandhana. The broadcast was showing that, and McGrath is bowling a right arm around the wicket. It's given as a wide by Sue Redfern as McGrath is bowling very, very wide down the leg side, also very, very short. Smriti Mandhana was looking for a pull shot there, but it's given as a wide. So she remains on 49, not out, but she is now at the non-strikers. And Australia drop Pratika Rawal. It's Alana King, as there is a mistimed shot by Pratika Rawal. It's a bit like we have seen a lot of in the T20 World Cup, and Alana King is stationed at basically next to the non-striker. She is running in, trying to get a hold of the looping ball that comes off the splice of the bat of Pratika Rawal as she mistimes one. But that is a drop by Alana King, who ends up on her tummy on the strip. There is no run though. So Pratika Rawal is given alive by Alana King, and India remain on 93 without loss. One more delivery to come in Talia McGrath's first over, and Pratika is facing. In comes McGrath, and this one is right arm over the wicket and wide down the leg side, and she will have to bowl that one again. India 94 without loss now. Pratika on 41 of 62. Smriti Mandhana at the non-strikers and 49 of 45. One away from her half century and 9 runs away from 5,000 one-day international runs in her career. A dot ball to end the over. India 94 without loss. And Talia McGrath ends her first over with figures of none for 4. The current run rate is 5.22. Let's have a look at YouTube. Yeah, so maybe I should expand on my on the Saudi comedy festival thing. It's basically culture washing, or just like sports washing. It's a PR strategy to maybe get the eyes of the world away from all their human rights abuses and shit like that. And I was really well a bit disappointed in who went there, because yeah, of course, the usual suspects, all the guys from the Rogan sphere and shit like that. As Smriti Mandana brings up her 50 of the first delivery of the 19th over, which is bowled by Kim Garth, and India move on to 95 without loss. A 50 for Smriti Mandana, her 33rd score of 50 or more. No, 46th score of 50 or more. She has 33 50s and 13 hundreds in one day international cricket now. In comes Kim Garth again, this time to Pratika Rawal, who is looking for a pole shot, can only find the fielder. There is no run. So an opening partnership of 100 might be possible for India here. It would be their first opening partnership of 100, I think, in the tournament. In comes Garth, right arm over the wicket and lofted over the leg side by Pratika Rawal. There is a fielder stationed out in the leg side near the boundary, but she is too far away to stop that ball as it runs towards the boundary at cow corner. 4 runs for Pratika Rawal. And India move on to 99 without loss. Pratika Rawal on 45 of 65. 13 fours and 2 sixes thus far. Cover drive by Pratika Rawal, and India run a single, and that brings up the triple figures for India. 100 without loss, 18.4 overs gone. Kim Garth with figures of none for 19 from 3.4 overs. Smriti Mandana is on strike. She's on 50 of 46 deliveries. As I said, again, she needs 8 more runs to make 5,000 in the career. In comes Garth, right arm around the wicket, and this one will help Smriti Mandana as Garth bowls on the shortish end of a good length. It is there to be pulled, and it is duly pulled by Smriti Mandana and finds the boundary at deep backward square leg. 4 more runs to her total, 54 not out. India 104 without loss, and again too short pulled, but this time there is a fielder stationed out in the deep, and it is just a single. So Smriti Mandana 55 with 55 not out. India 105 without loss. 19 overs gone. So yeah. So about the Saudi festival. I'm not surprised that idiots like Andrew Schultz and stuff like that they go out there. I was a bit disappointed that Bill Burr also did. He has been criticizing the Joe Rogan kind of Austin comedy scene for a while now, and their reactionary politics and stuff like that, and all this shit. And now he's going to run propaganda for the Saudis. That was really disappointing, and he has been called out for that, and his statements and excuses and, well, anything he says about about the subject didn't make it any better. Quite the contrary. He's been digging a very, very deep hole recently. As Talia McGrath is back, and she produces 3 dot balls, as Smriti Mandhana is currently unable to score off her. Talia McGrath only conceded 4 runs during her first over. This is her second. And now Smriti Mandhana can get something out of the bowling of Talia McGrath, as she is again pulled for a single. As we are now seeing the boundaries of Pratika Rawal. She really likes the offside for her boundaries. Not that many of her boundaries in this one-day international World Cup have been scored in the leg side. About a fourth of her boundaries. And which is kind of interesting, because in this match she has scored a lot of boundaries in the leg side. Another single, and the final delivery is coming up now. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, who can only play that one out to cover. There is no run, 107 without loss. Yeah, so I'm a bit disappointed in Bill Burr and his way of facing the criticism he faced. Very deserved criticism, I have to add. Yeah, so let's have a look. No, I think we are all clear on YouTube. Yeah, anyway, if you are listening to this and are not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing. Really helps the channel. And yeah, feel free to use the YouTube chat. I will happily read out your messages in between overs, or when there is a bit of a boring passage of play. As Kim Garth continues, and there is a cross-batted shot, but only towards cover by Pratika Rawal, and there is again no run, 107 without loss in the 21st over for India. The game is proceeding at quite a nice clip, I would say. It's not like the India versus Pakistan match that had to be interrupted for some chemical warfare because there were some some insects out on the field, as there is a very straight lofted drive from Pratika Rawal, and that means that India move on to Nelson, 111 without loss, and it also means that both Indian openers have now completed their half centuries. Pratika Rawal moves on to her 50 with a boundary. 51 of 69 deliveries. Next one is cut but fielded at point, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm not standing up and hopping on one foot for the Nelson. As the TV informs me that Pratika Rawal is very productive against the Pacers, and that she really likes the drive, which, yeah, I would have guessed so, considering that a bit earlier they showed that her average against pace was over 100, while her average against spin was below 30. So, yeah. I would say she's more productive against pace than against spin. 2 dot balls have now been played out by her, but next delivery is a bit too wide outside the off stump by Kim Garth, and it is there to be driven, and so it is driven by Pratika Rawal, who moves on to 52 not out. 112 without loss. Smriti Mandana to face the final delivery of Kim Garth, 5th over. India, 112 without loss, 20.5 overs gone. The run rate 5.38 and lofted off drive for 6 runs by Smriti Mandana. India 118 as Kim Garth is taken to the cleaners a bit during the 21st over. That's 11 runs off the over. She had only conceded 24 of her first 4 overs. Now it's none for 35 for Kim Garth. I just remembered I didn't even announce on Discord that I am currently live for India versus Australia. Let's see if anyone in the Gorilla Cricket Discord is interested in that. Might actually be someone. All right. I've done that now, as Talia McGrath is continuing. A boundary of the first delivery and 4 leg byes given of the second delivery, as Pratika Rawal is looking for a leg glance, misses it, but it bounces off her upper thigh and evades Alyssa Healy, finds the boundary, and India 126 without loss. So Smriti Mandana has completed her 5,000 one-day international runs. She got there with that lofted drive for 6, because she was 58, I think, was the target for her to make the 5,000 runs. And she is the fastest to 5,000 ODI runs by number of innings, by quite a margin. As I see, I think she's faster than the second fastest by double digits. I think it was very, very short. The graphic wasn't shown for very long. She currently has 5,004 runs, as she on drives towards a long on, and there is only a single in that for Smriti Mandana. So 128 without loss, 22 overs gone for India. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. I think the last message was that emoji from that waving emoji from Rhubarb. Anyway, we are seeing the coast again. This time it's the boardwalk or seafront, because that's basically every city has to have that now. I love Vizag, or name of the city, which is I don't know why. It seems to have come from Eastern Europe, I think. Um, my city has it as well. And next time I'm around there, I will take a photo and post that online to maybe the Gorilla Cricket Discord, or I will also post it on Blue Sky. Yeah, if anyone listening here and doesn't follow me on Blue Sky yet, it is my Blue Sky account is linked in the about page of the channel. If you want to keep in touch over Blue Sky with me, that is very, very possible. You can find my my Blue Sky account on the description page of the channel on the about page, as Sophie Molyneux is continuing, and she starts with a very, very wide outside the off stump of Smriti Mandhana. In she comes again, left arm around the wicket. It's very, very, very weird. She's really angling it across Smriti Mandhana, and she is really looking to. She's very close to offside wides. Full toss by Sophie Molyneux, and this one gets the treatment by Smriti Mandhana, finds the boundary at cow corner, while two Australian fielders are converging but unable to stop that one. So 133 without loss, India. Yeah, that was not really a good delivery from Molyneux here. In she comes again, left arm around the wicket, and again angled across Smriti Mandhana, and again it's given as a wide, as Mandhana is looking to get a shot or to get back to that one, but even though she takes half a step towards the offside, it passes her by quite some distance. And it's again given as a wide by umpire Pereira. In comes Molyneux again. She is now switching to over the wicket, but she misjudges her length, and again it's a full toss that this time is driven to cover by Smriti Mandhana, and India take a single as there is a fielder out there who stops it inside the boundary. 135 without loss, 22.3 overs gone. Molyneux has conceded 29 runs of 2.5 overs she has bowled so far. That is an economy rate currently of 10.58, which is not that good. And on screen it says that this is the highest opening stand in ODIs against Australia. It doesn't say by India against Australia, so if this is indeed the highest opening stand in one-day internationals against Australia across all of history, that's quite remarkable. So, we are seeing highlights of Australia versus New Zealand on the screen. Susie Redfern was also the umpire in that one. No, it's not the end of the over. And it is one more delivery still to come. And Sophie Molyneux is bowling left arm over the wicket to Smriti Mandhana. And this one is again driven, fielded out in the offside though. And India are taking another single. So that means that the 23rd over has brought 9 runs for India. They end the 23rd on 137 without loss. The current run rate is approaching 6 now, And the Australian bowling attack has been blunted by the opening partnership for India. The Australian fans in the stands are looking a bit frustrated and have decided that their phones are more interesting than what's going on out there on the pitch, as Talia McGrath is back. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, lofted off drive that falls safely, but it is very, very high, so not that much speed on it, not a problem for the fielders out in the deep by two Australians converging on the ball as it comes almost to a complete rest, and India have run a couple of runs there. Generally, I think the outfields have been pretty good in this World Cup. Wide down the leg side by McGrath this time, and the outfields have been relatively good. They were atrocious during the Asia Cup in the United Arab Emirates, where they were deathly slow. And what has happened there? There is a fielder. There is a fielder out there at cover, but she doesn't get the juggling catch. She doesn't even get the juggle the ball back into the field of play while airborne outside. No, she takes the catch, steps outside of the ropes, throws it back in, and then falls over. So 6 runs for Smriti Mandhana, who moves on to 77 of 62, 146 without loss for India. They have gone at a runner ball now, 147 of 147, so run rate is currently exactly 6, which is probably cause for concern for Australia, because the Indian bowling attack isn't half bad, as now there is insult to injury to 2 misfields by Australia, mean that there is another boundary for India. This time it is a very, very straight drive by Pratika, and she finds the boundary at a long off. 4 runs to India, 150 is up, 151 without loss now. Pratika Rawal has moved on to 62, and now there's another single, 63 of 80, 152 without loss. One more delivery in Talia McGrath's 4th over is coming up now. Smriti Mandhana is on strike. She is on 78 of 63 deliveries. The current run rate is over 6 now, 6.38. And she finds a single to a deep mid wicket, and that concludes the 24th over. India 153 without loss. Pratika Rawal 63 of 80, Smriti Mandhana 79 of 64. Talia McGrath after 4 overs has conceded 28 runs, and that means her economy is 7. And apparently Australia are going back to Sophie Molyneux, who's been very, very costly thus far. 10.33 runs an over. She has conceded 31 of her 3 overs she bowled, 153 without loss. 153 of 150, the opening partnership for India now, as Molyneux comes in left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana. This is driven straight back, and there is a single in that for India. 154 without a loss. So now Pratika Rawal is on strike against the spinner, which she really doesn't like. Pratika Rawal, an average over 100 against pace and below 30 against spin. But she gets Molyneux away for a single behind square on the leg side, and Smriti Mandhana is back on strike. Australia looking a bit frustrated here. In comes Molyneux, and this one is the long-awaited breakthrough for the Australian attack as Molyneux bowls left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandhana, who looks to pull it over the leg side, but she can only find a fielder out there in the deep. I think that is Phoebe Litchfield. Let's have a look. Mistimed pull shot from Smriti Mandhana finds Phoebe Litchfield at cow corner, and that is the breakthrough. Sophie Molyneux, who has conceded a lot of runs this far in the innings, she dismisses Smriti Mandhana. She is gone for 80 of 66, and yeah, the first breakthrough for Australia. It has taken quite a while. We are almost halfway through the innings, and this is the first wicket to fall for India. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good opening stand, and that brings out Haleen Deol into the middle. So now there are two right-handers out there for India. She had a pretty good match against Pakistan. Let's have a look at the performance in that game that India lost against South Africa, which wasn't really the best performance by India. What did she do in that one? Come on, what's going on? Oh, she made 13 of 23. So, yeah, not the hottest innings, but she was pretty good against Pakistan. Let's see if she can now stabilize the innings for India a bit after they have lost Smriti Mandhana, who made 80 of 66 deliveries. And she is off the mark of her third delivery she faces. India end the 25th over on 156 for 1. Australia have their first wicket. It is bought. You can't describe it any other way. It has been bought by Sophie Molyneux, who ends her fourth over with figures of 1 for 34. India 156 for 1 halfway through the innings. Let's have a look. It's kind of interesting the tactics the Indians will go for here, because there's definitely a platform here now. 156 for 1. Maybe promote someone like Risha Ghosh, maybe, as Alana King is handed the ball. So, time for some leg break for the first time in the innings. Alana King is bowling a full toss onto the pads of Deol, and that is worked out into the leg side. Single. Next one is driven back towards Alana King by Pratika Rawal. There is no run, 157 for 1. In she comes again, right arm over the wicket, driven and fielded at long off. Another single for India, 158 for 1. Yeah, it's an interesting question now. Do India promote one of their lower order batters like Risha Ghosh with a above someone who would maybe play an anchor innings? Maybe it's time to go back to the 90s and get in a pinch hitter, which was all the rage back in the 90s, I would say. All these glorious one-day triangular and quadrangular series hosted in the United Arab Emirates back in the day. I remember stuff like Sachin's Desert Storm and stuff like that. India bring up their 160 of the final delivery of Alana King's first over with a couple of runs. Pratika 65 of 83, Deol 4 of 7. 26 overs gone, India 160 for 1. Alana King ends her first over with figures of none for 4. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Reminder, if you are listening, please do get in touch with me on the YouTube chat. I will read out your messages in between the overs. If you are watching this and are not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. It really helps a small channel like mine. Also, don't forget to click the like button beneath the live stream. That also is also really, really important because it means or it shows YouTube interaction, and interaction is always one of the most important things for the algorithm. And it means that my streams and videos are shown to more people. Anyways, Sophie Molyneux continues, who has taken the only wicket to fall thus far. A couple of singles of the first two deliveries of Sophie Molyneux's over. Attacking returns in the middle overs, productive record versus right-handers is what the broadcaster is telling me, the ICC. But currently the Indians are milking her a bit. Singles thus far, no dot balls in the over. She has conceded quite a few runs earlier in the innings. Her economy is easily the worst of the Australian bowlers thus far, and a lofted drive for 6 by Deol won't help with that economy rate. 4 deliveries bowled by Sophie Molyneux in the over, and India have taken 9 runs thus far. 1 for 43 of 4.4 overs. In she comes again, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Deol, and this one is driven straight all along the ground and fielded by Annabel Sutherland. India take another single, and that means that Harleen Deol has made 1,000 ODI runs in 33 innings. So, congratulations, for 1,000 one-day international runs. And basically the same shot is now played by Pratica. And that means that 11 runs have come from Sophie Molyneux's 5th over. India end the 27th on 171 for 1, 11 runs. The current run rate is 6.33. Pratica Royale on 68 of 86 and Harleen Deol on 12 of 10. Let's see what Captain Healy has decided. She has decided we continue with some spin. Leg spin in this case, because Alana King is given a second over. She is bowling right arm over the wicket to Pratica, and this one is driven but straight to cover. There is no run, 171 for 1. Current run rate is 6.29. And again, driven, but this time driven to a long off, and there is a single. Pratica on 69 of 88 now. Harleen Deol is on strike. India 172 for 1, 27.2 overs are gone. In comes King, cut by Deol as King is erring a bit too short. The line outside the off stump also not ideal, and there is another single for India, 173 for 1. In comes King again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is pushed into the offside by Pratica, fielded inside the circle. There is no run. Ooh, what has happened here? Alana King is bowling right arm over the wicket to Pratica. This one is again on the shortish end of things, bouncing quite high. Pratica is looking to pull, mistimes it, gets a top edge that evades Alyssa Healy and finds the boundary at very, very deep fine leg. At deep, very, very fine leg or something like that. 177 for 1. Next one is driven out straight to cover. There is no run. And India end the 28th over on 177 for 1. Alana King has bowled 2 overs. She has figures of none for 10. Pratica Royale is on 73 of 91 and Harleen Deol on 13 of 11. The current run rate is 6.32. Let's see. Annabelle Sutherland is back. She has figures of none for 16, as we are seeing Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain for India, padded up and wearing her helmet, sitting in the dugout for India. So, yeah, doesn't look like India are promoting someone like Risha Ghosh or anyone who might be classified as a pinch hitter, as somewhat of a biffer, as it could be described. So Sutherland, figures of none for 16 from her 4 overs. She is bowling to Harleen Deol, and in she comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is well defended out to point by Deol, as we are seeing her performance against spin in Visakhapatnam not entirely successful here, as she is playing one out into the offside again. There is no run, 177 for 1. India. And yeah, as I said, we are seeing Harmanpreet Kaur is padded up in the dugout. So India are unlikely or look unlikely to change their batting order. Harmanpreet Kaur hasn't had the best of tournaments. Scores of 9, 19 and 21, I think. So yeah, another dot ball, and India remain on 177 for 1. There are deep point, deep third, fine leg, and deep square leg. This one is sliced behind, sliced to backward point by Harleen Deol. There is a single, and that brings Pratika back onto strike, who really likes the pacers. Doesn't like the spinners, does like the pacers. So maybe some more boundaries of the final 2 deliveries. No, there is not even a single in that one. It's a dot ball as she hacks it into the offside. Pratika wants to take the run, but Deol at the non-striker's end is not interested. Pratika is sent back, and there is no chance of a run out, luckily for the Indian batters. So, only 1 run thus far of Annabelle Sutherland's 5th over, and it will nope, there will be another run. It is a single of the final delivery of the over, but I'm not sure it's not buys. What's up with the scoring ribbon? Oh, okay. It goes through. There's a replay. It goes through Pratika. It goes through Healy's. It goes between Healy's legs, and it hits the the helmet that is lying behind Alyssa Healy. Shouldn't that be 5 penalty runs if the ball hits equipment lying on the field? I think that is 5 penalty runs, isn't it? Yes, it should be 5 penalty runs. 183 for 1. The broadcaster hasn't scored this correctly on screen yet, but I have confirmation from ESPN Cricinfo. Oh yes, okay, now now it is updated on screen as well. 183 for 1. Alana King is back into the attack for Australia. There is a dot ball of the first delivery and a single of the second. So India 184 for 1. India living a bit dangerously here. There are some very risky singles taken by the Indians. The Australians have upped their fielding a bit. They are... What is this? Now they have added the 5 penalty runs, but for some reason they are listed as 5 penalty runs during Alana King's over, which is definitely wrong. It was Annabelle Sutherland who bowled that one that hit Alyssa Healy's helmet that lay behind her. So apparently the ICC doesn't have their scoreboard, their scorecard in order. Anyway, sweep shot from Harleen Deol and Misfield from Australia, and that is another 4 runs, this time at square leg. So 190 is up. Cut shot by Pratika, and India take a single. 191 for 129.5 overs gone. The score predictor has gone up a bit. It is now 319 because the current run rate is now 6.4. Pratika is on strike. She's on 74 of 94, and Harleen Deol at the other end is on 20 of 19. In comes Alana King, looped very, very full and driven for another single. End of the over, 30 overs gone. In India, 192 for 1. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. As I said, if you are listening, you can always get in touch through the YouTube chat. And yeah, of course, I'm also on Blue Sky. That is linked in the about page of the channel. Let's have a look. I don't know when exactly. It's 1:30 my time now, 13:27. Adit said that he would be available in around 2.5 hours. So for parts of the Australian chase. And Annabelle Sutherland is back, and she has a wicket right away as she is bowling right arm over the wicket, short to Pratika, who swivel pulls and is pulling it straight down, deep backward square leg. And who is that fielder out there? So, second Indian wicket has fallen. It is Elise Perry. Elise Perry has caught that, and Pratika Rawal has to go. Caught Perry, bowled Sutherland for 75 of 96 deliveries, and that should mean that it is time for the skipper now. Harmanpreet Kaur in at number 4 for India. Not the best tournament for her thus far. Scores of 9, 19 and 21 if I remember correctly. But India have a platform here, 192 for 2 after 30 overs. I don't think they will make almost 400, but they have a chance to make a very, very imposing score, put Australia under pressure from the start, as Harmanpreet Kaur is away first delivery, a pull shot, and that is a single, 193 for 2. 156 matches for her, 4,199 runs. So, well, 800 runs less than Smriti Mandhana in more matches. Smriti Mandhana made 5,000 in around 110, 112 innings. Yeah. Anyway, in comes Sutherland and pushed out into the offside by Deol. There is a fielder out there in the ring, and there is no run. 193 for 2. 30.4 overs gone. So yeah, it's looking like a good pitch to score runs on. I would suggest. And after the Indian opening partnership, the had frustrated the Australian bowlers quite a bit. I would assume. Now the Australians are fighting back a bit. Two relatively quick wickets. Smriti Mandhana and Pratika Rawal, the opening pairs, both made half centuries. Smriti Mandhana had to go for 80, and Pratika Rawal made 75. In comes Sutherland again. There is an appeal for LBW, but it's given as a wide. So yeah, that was a very, very tactical appeal in hopes of, well, distracting the umpires basically, because it's now two consecutive wides bowled by Annabelle Sutherland down the leg side. This one is more on the pads and turned back towards deep backward square leg, and there are a couple of runs in that for India. 197 for 231 overs gone. Harmanpreet Kaur is on 1 and Harleen Deol on 22 of 23. Annabelle Sutherland has taken 1 wicket, conceded 22 runs from 6 overs. The run rate is 6.35. It is currently 5 p.m. at the ground. Sue Redfern in conversation with Australian captain Alyssa Healy. And Alana King is back into the attack. Now Healy is running over to umpire Pereira, because apparently Sue Redfern, she looks to be complaining about the wide calls during the last over, and she complained to Sue Redfern, who apparently told her, or it looks like it, who told her, I didn't call those wides. Go speak to my colleague. Complain to my colleague, which Alyssa Healy dutifully did. But umpire Pereira was unmoved as well. So, Alana King is back. A single of the first delivery to Harmanpreet Kaur, who is on 2 of 2 now, as Deol is back on strike. She's on 22 of 23. In comes Alana King, and there is a cheeky guide towards deep fine leg by Deol. There is no fielder out there, and Sue Redfern signals 4 runs. India bring up their 202 for 2. And Alana King has now conceded 24 runs in, let's see, what's that? 3.2 overs now. In she comes again, right arm over the wicket, cut by Deol, and India run another single, and that brings the captain onto strike, 203 for 2. Megan Schutt and Alyssa Healy are shouting at each other from very, very far away. India 203 for 2. In comes Alana King, and a bit of an ugly looking hack by Harmanpreet Kaur. It's aerial. But you can't argue with the result. In the end, it's the 470th four of the tournament. Harmanpreet Kaur gets her first boundary of the innings, so she is now on 6 of 3. Another single after that one, so she is off strike again. 7 of 4 now. India 208 for 2 after 31.5 overs. Alana King has conceded 11 runs of the first 5 deliveries of her 4th over. And in she comes for the final delivery of that 4th over. This one is defended into the offside by Harleen Deol, 208 for 2 after 32 overs. So, Annabelle Sutherland is brought back into the attack. She has bowled 6 overs so far. She has taken 1 wicket, conceded 22 runs. There have been 2 overs that have gone for 16 runs. Those are the highest scoring overs for India. It's the 8th and the 24th over, to be precise. Harmanpreet Kaur is on strike. Sutherland bowls right arm over the wicket, and there is a single in the offside for Harmanpreet. 8 of 5 now, 209 for 2. As we are seeing Jemima Rodrigues padded up in the Indian dugout. I think that's Rodrigues. Driven straight back towards Annabelle Sutherland by Harleen Deol, and there is no run. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're listening, feel free to use the YouTube chat. It's always much more fun if you write in with your predictions, as Sutherland is now bouncing Harleen Deol and is informed by umpire Pereira that's your one bouncer for the over, as Deol ducks under one. There is no run. Full toss and driven at, but straight to cover, fielded inside the circle, no run again, 209 for 2. As we are seeing a comparison of the off-cutter and back of the hand deliveries from Annabelle Sutherland. But there is some more action before the analysis can play out fully. Swivel pull by Deol, fielded out in the deep, and there is a single. So, we are back to the analysis. Yeah, interesting. Apparently, the point is that the off-cutter is delivered this way, while the back of the hand is delivered this way, which, yeah, obviously, because it's a back of the hand delivery. Anyway, that brings drinks, apparently, and I will take a very, very short break again, and I will be with you after the drinks break. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Let me just reset the screen. Okay, here we are. So we are back. India are set to crack 300 here. As Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, is in at number 4 for India. She's on 8 of 6, but Harleen Deol is on strike. She's on 28 of 30, and Alana King is given a fifth over. India 210 for 2 after 33 overs, and the projected score is 318 if they continue at their current run rate. And first delivery of Alana King is taken for a single by Harleen Deol, and India 211 for 2. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, is on strike. She probably needs a very, very good innings here because she hasn't had one in the competition yet. In comes Alana King, right arm over the wicket, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Harmanpreet for another single, 212 for 2. Deol is back on strike. We are seeing close-ups of Megan Schutt, who seems to get ready for another over. Pushed into the offside by Deol this time, but there is no run as there are fielders in close. There is no slip in place currently. In comes King again, and a sweep shot, basically a slog sweep from Deol, and that finds the boundary as, again, there is a fielder out in the deep for Australia, but she is just a bit short of the ball. She was at deep square leg, and she couldn't reach it as Deol finds the gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. In comes King again, cut this time by Deol, and they have run a single. So Captain Harmanpreet Kaur is back on strike now. Final delivery of Alana King's fifth over. In she comes, right arm over the wicket, and this time Harmanpreet Kaur cuts her, and she hogs the strike as India take another single. So 6-8 runs of the 34th over. India 218 for 2. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Rubab asks if we have a German version of the non-scripted game show The Traitors. It's very popular in Britain. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've not seen it, but apparently there are. It's so popular in Britain that a lot of copycats are going around. I don't know if we have a German equivalent or German version of that one, because I really don't watch TV, but depending on who produces it, I think if it's Endemol, they will or Endemol will probably produce a German version of that. There might actually be one. I can look it up during the innings break. As I predicted, Megan Schutt is coming in. She is bowling right arm over the wicket to Harmanpreet Kaur, who plays it out towards backward point, and there is no run. So 218 for 2. I don't really know what's currently on German TV, I have to admit. In she comes again, right arm over the wicket, cut by Harmanpreet Kaur, and this time it is fielded. I think that's Elise Perry out in the deep, and India run a single. And Alyssa Healy is not smiling as much as she was at the start of the match. In comes Megan Schutt again, driven this time by Deol, and again finds a fielder out in the deep in the offside. Another single. Harmanpreet is back on strike. She is now taking guard. 220 for 2. In comes Megan Schutt, right arm over the wicket, and Harmanpreet steps back, gives herself room to cut it, sets off for a single, but Harleen Deol didn't go, and Harmanpreet has to run back, has some words with her batting partner at the non-striker's end. She looks a bit unhappy now, but I would suggest not taking the run was probably the correct call, but now there is a cross-batted shot over cover, and that brings Harmanpreet 4 runs. It's the second boundary she has hit in the innings, I think. Let me have a look. Let me see. No, it's the third. No, it's the second. It's the second. It's the second boundary she has hit. And now she cuts one, slices it past backward point. And that is her third boundary. 228 for 2. 35 overs gone. And apparently the bad blood between Harmanpreet and Deol is all water under the bridge, as they as she taps her shoulder. All good, and Harmanpreet has made 19 of 13 deliveries, so she might actually play her best innings of the tournament so far, because she's looking good this time. She was she never really looked settled during the earlier matches, I think. But this time she's really looking good. Deol is on strike though. She's on 35 of 35. Let me have a look at the run rate, because the run rate overall is 6.51, and apparently over the last 5 overs it has been over 7, so I think 350 is the projected score, or somewhere around that, between 340 and 350, if India can close out the innings with a run rate of around 8 from here on out. As Molyneux is back, Sophie Molyneux is bowling some slow left arm spin, and there is a dot ball followed by a single, so Harmanpreet Kaur is on strike as Molyneux continues. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Harmanpreet, who looks to guide it, but can only guide it to gully. And there is no run. 229 for 2. Aerial, but it falls safe. Almost a boundary. It is high in the air, but it flies over the infield, and the Australians can prevent the boundary, but India take another couple of runs, so Harmanpreet on 21 21 on a 21, and that is her tied highest score of the tournament. In comes Sutherland again, driven and fielded at long on by, I think that's Phoebe Litchfield. And that is a single, so Harmanpreet Kaur makes her highest score of the tournament, 22 not out of 16 deliveries. Harleen Deol is on strike though. She is on 36 of 37, 232 for 2 are the Indians. Final delivery of the 36th over, and that one is hacked to mid-wicket by Deol. India take another single, 233 for 2. Molyneux concedes only 5 runs of her 6th over, but she has been expensive in her earlier overs. She did take the first wicket to fall, but she has made her own half a century, the one that you don't want to make. 1 for 50 from 6 overs for Sophie Molyneux. I think it was yes, it was the first. She took the first wicket. She had Smriti Mandhana caught by Phoebe Litchfield in the 25th over. Megan Schutt continues, and she starts with the dot ball. As we are seeing, the Indian batting order. Jemima Rodrigues is penciled in to come in at number 5 for India. There is discussion going on over on Crick Info about maybe promoting someone like Risha Ghosh or maybe even Deepti Sharma above her to make some quick runs. As what is happening? Alyssa Healy is hit in the groin as she misses one from Megan Schutt, because she is keeping up to the stumps to Megan Schutt, which makes me hopeful that we can see one of my favorite things in cricket ever, which is a stumping of a pace bowler. That's always good, and it happens far too infrequently in the men's game, but there are quite a few keepers in the women's game that will keep up to the stumps to pacers, and Megan Schutt has taken Harmanpreet Kaur's wicket as Harmanpreet looks to cut, and she cuts aerially, and she is out because there is a fielder at backward point or very short third. It's Sophie Molyneux. So Harmanpreet Kaur has to go. She is out. Caught Molyneux bowled Schutt for 22, still her highest score of the tournament thus far, 22 of 17. The strike rate is actually okay because it's almost 130. 129.41 to be exact. So, yeah. India lose another one, but they have already made 238 runs. And I think Jemima Rodrigues is coming in at number 5 for India. But first of all, let's see, now that there is a bit of a interruption in play, and it is indeed Jemima who is in at 5. Let's have a look at the last matches. Yes, Harmanpreet Kaur has indeed made scores of 21 against Sri Lanka, 19 against Pakistan, and a 9 in India's defeat by South Africa. So 22 is her highest score of the competition now. And Jemima Rodrigues is off the mark right away with a boundary. In comes Megan Schutt, and Rodrigues goes down on one knee, looks for a sweep, and I think those will be given as buys as it evades both. I think she doesn't get a bet onto that one. No, apparently she did get bet on it. An under edge that almost runs to the boundary, but anyway, it's a couple of runs for India, 240 for 3, as Schutt ends her 5th over with another dot ball. So 37 overs gone, India for 240 for 3. This is the 13th of 28 matches in the league stage. I will look into which ones I can cover here on the channel. It's mostly going to be on Sundays, I have to admit. I will not be doing the final because Gorilla Cricket have announced that they will cover the final of the World Cup. So I will gladly hand over to Gorilla Cricket for the final of the Women's One Day International World Cup. That will be... it's some time away. But anyway, Sophie Molyneux is given a 7th over, and she now has another breakthrough for Australia of the second delivery, as Harleen Deol is looking to drive her aerially and very straight, and she is caught by Annabelle Sutherland. The moment she hit it, she knew that this was not going to end well. She set off, and Annabelle Sutherland takes a very safe catch in the outfield. Harleen Deol has to go for 38 of 42 deliveries, strike rate of 90.47, and yeah, that basically ends the discussion about promoting Risha Ghosh, because she is now coming out anyway. As India have lost 2 quick wickets in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 balls. So, Risha Ghosh is out at 6 for India. 240 for 4, 37.2 overs gone. Sophie Molyneux with figures of 2 for 50. Quite expensive, but also the only Australian bowler to have taken more than 1 wicket. Risha Ghosh is on a strike, the 22-year-old right-hander, and Sophie Molyneux continues to bowl left arm around the wicket, and Risha Ghosh is sent back by Jemima Rodrigues, and there are 2 dot balls as she remains on a duck. Bit of encouragement there from Jemima Rodrigues, and thumbs up from Risha Ghosh. as she defends one into the offside. There are two fielders converging on it. There is no run, and again a thumbs up towards Jemima from Arisha, and India remain on 244-4. And now the floodlights are on because it has become very, very dark in a very, very short amount of time, because yeah, it's obviously because Visakhapatnam is quite a bit closer to the equator than where I am currently, so the dusk is not as long there. And let's have a look if anyone is with us on the live chat on YouTube. As I again, reminder, if you are watching this, go ahead and use the YouTube chat. I will read out your messages in between the overs. And we have Megan Schutt back, and she is bowling to Jemima, and that one is cut, and it is misfielded at backward point. So the Indians are running a quick couple. There are throws into the oh my. The fielder is throwing the ball. The Indians had run a couple. There are overthrows because the Australians are not really sure about which end to throw to, and then Megan Schutt catches the throw in, but is too far away from the stumps to whip off the bails with her hands, with the ball in her hands. So she looks to throw at the stumps, misses, and there is no one backing her up. So the Indians run another run. So not a couple, but 3 of the first delivery of Megan Schutt's 6th over, 243 for 4. 38.2 overs gone because there is another dot ball after that. Now Risha Ghosh is driving aerially just over the head of, I think that is Phoebe Litchfield again, who is stationed there at mid-off. I think it's Litchfield. Yeah, that was almost a disaster for Risha Ghosh, but so they get a couple of runs. So she is now on 2 of 6. In comes Megan Schutt again, right arm over the wicket, and an attempt at a cut shot, but she misses it, and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of, yeah, that's Harleen Deol's wicket that Megan Schutt took. Yes. So India 245 for 4, 38.4 overs gone. Megan Schutt with figures of 1 for 32. In she comes again, and pulled by Risha Ghosh, and India run a single. So Jemima Rodriguez is back on strike. She's on 9 of 4. Final delivery of Megan Schutt's 6th over is coming up, 246 for 4. The next batsman in for India would be Deepti Sharma, Amanjot Kaur, Sneh Rana, then Krantigaud and Sri Charani at number 11. But if they can, if everything goes according to plan for India, no one but at the worst Deepti Sharma will be required to bat, I think. as Jemima Rodriguez finds another boundary in the leg side. 250 is up for India. 250 for 4 after 39 overs. So still 11 overs to be bowled in the first innings of this 13th match of the 2025 ICC Women's World Cup. That was a bit of a back of the hand delivery from Megan Schutt, and that went quite wrong for her. So, no, it wasn't Megan Schutt. Who was it? Yes, it was Schutt. Now it's King. Alana King is given her 6th over, 250 for 4, 39 overs gone. Risha Ghosh is on strike. She's on 3 of 8. And in comes Alana King, right arm over the wicket, swept by Risha Ghosh. And there is a fielder at deep square leg. And India have run another single. So there are... No, it's just a graphic of Risha Ghosh. And now we are seeing some highlights from India versus South Africa. 94 of 77 deliveries. That was not. Was that? Yeah, it was the last match. India now taking singles basically at will, rotating the strike. 252 for 4. Alana King figures of none for 40. Risha Ghosh has a strike rate of over 150 at the death, as now there is a bit of luck in that for her, as she is looking to sweep Alana King again, gets a top edge that flies over Alyssa Healy, and is again collected by 2 fielders out near backstop. So they prevent the boundary, but India take another couple of runs, as Alana King is now bowling very, very wide outside the off stump. It also spins away from the right-hander Risha Ghosh, and it is given as a wide by Sue Redfern at the non-striker's end. 255 for 4. In comes Alana King again. Risha Ghosh is looking to defend with a very, very straight bat, but is beaten on the outside edge by Alana King. Alyssa Healy gathers it cleanly, but the back foot never came off the ground, so not even a stumping chance. In she comes again. This time it's on the pads, and Risha Ghosh goes down on one knee and slog sweeps Alana King for 6 runs. So India 261 for 4. Risha Ghosh is suddenly on 12 of 12. That's a very, very productive over here from Risha Ghosh. In comes Alana King again, and this one is played out to mid-on by Ghosh. No run. 40 overs gone, so we are officially at the death, and India are 261 for 4, 11 runs of the 40th over. That means that Alana King ends her 6th over with figures of none for 49. 10 really, really important overs now to come. The run rate over the last 5 overs is now 6.6 after it was 7.2 for a bit there. Australia have packed that back a bit. Overall, the run rate is still 6.49. So let's see. Let's see what's happening. They have lost 3 wickets for 69 runs in the overs 31 to 40. But they have also scored the second most runs of the innings in that 10 over span, or in that 10 over window. The only 10 overs that produced more runs for India were, I think, 11 to 20 or something like that. They made 85 there, I think. They made 203 runs in the middle overs after making 58 in the power play. Let's see what they can do in the final overs, or at the death, or whatever you want to call it. It is Megan Schutt who is going to get a 7th over. First delivery is a dot ball. Jemima Rodriguez is on strike. Megan Schutt pulls out of her delivery stride for the second delivery. Let's see. Jemima Rodriguez is on strike, and India 261 for 4, while we see Risha Ghosh, most sixes in the World Cup thus far. She has made 7. Sophie Devine for New Zealand and Nadine de Klerk for South Africa are in a joint second with 5 each. Someone from the Australian team is out in the middle. Drinks for Megan Schutt, who seems to have hurt herself. Oh, so that's why she pulled out of her delivery stride. So let's hope she didn't hurt herself too badly for Australia. We have a delay here. Schutt has a problem. Might be cramp. And yeah, might be, if it, hopefully it's just cramps and not something. She's going off the field. That's quite a blow for Australia here. Megan Schutt is walking off the field. And who is on for Megan Schutt? I did not see that, but she is off the field and she is going straight up into the dressing room, I think. So the physio might have a look at her now, and Talia McGrath is going to bowl the remaining 5 deliveries of the 41st over. McGrath to finish the over, and first delivery that she bowls is a 4 for Jemima Rodriguez, 265 for 4. Let me see if I can find any news on or anything on Megan Schutt, because the broadcast didn't really show anything. It was just Schutt pulling out of her delivery stride. Then there was a bit of a delay, and there were pictures of the Indian batsman being handed drinks, but there were 2 physios out there with Megan Schutt apparently. Hopefully it's just cramps. She was holding her calf, I think, as we are seeing highlights of the wickets to fall, I think. But now Risha Ghosh is well, she is just aerially driving Talia McGrath now. Another 6, so she increases her tally to 8 now. 3 ahead of Sophie Devine from New Zealand and Nadine de Klerk, who have hit 5 sixes so far in the competition. Risha Ghosh now has 8. and India are 272 for 4 after 40.5 overs. In comes McGrath, and this time she is swept or slog swept to mid wicket. Another boundary for India, 476 for 4. 41 overs gone. Jemima Rodriguez is on 19 of 9 and Risha Ghosh is on 22 of 16. Talia McGrath now has figures of 4.5 overs bowled, no wickets taken, 43 runs conceded. Let's have a look. There were quite a few extras in this innings so far. Yes, 20 extras so far. Owing in part to the fact that Australia conceded 5 penalty runs when who was it? I think it was Megan Schutt who hit the helmet of Alyssa Healy that was laying behind her. Sophie Molyneux is given an 8th over. She's the only Australian bowler to have taken more than 1 wicket, and she bowls left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Jemima Rodriguez. Driven to cover. There is no run though because there is a fielder, and India remain on 276 for 4 after 41.1 overs now. In comes Molyneux again, left arm. Oh, left arm around the wicket and a premeditated reverse sweep by Jemima Rodriguez that finds the boundary at third man. 280 up for India, 280 for 4. Well, that's almost a bit cruel now from Rodriguez. 70% or almost 70% of the deliveries she has faced in this innings have been boundaries. She has hit more boundaries than she has faced dot balls in this innings. In comes Molyneux again, left arm around the wicket, and this time it's Risha Ghosh who finds a boundary as she is aerially cover driving poor Sophie Molyneux for another 4 runs, 285 for 4 India now. Oof, that's a very good shot from Risha Ghosh as Molyneux comes in again. This one is flicked off the pads by Risha Ghosh. There is a fielder out in the deep at deep mid wicket, but India have run a single. I think it's a single. Yes, indeed, it is a single, and India are 286 for 4. Final delivery of Sophie Molyneux's 8th over, and this one is tucked off her hip by Jemima Rodriguez into the onside, and there is another single, 287 for 4. 11 runs of the 42nd over. So, yeah, the run rate in the last 5 overs has suddenly climbed quite a bit. Not that long ago it was 6.6, now it is 9.6, and India, it would be a miracle if Australia could keep them to below 200 and, well, let's see, 8 overs. If they can keep them below 340, Australia will, I guess, would have to take it. They would like to take it. If India can keep up this tempo, the score looks more like 360, something like that. If they can keep up the scoring rate they are going along at currently. So, let's see. The schedule for India. Next match is on the 19th of October against England in Indore. So that's probably the next match we will look at here on this channel, as Risha Ghosh is now pulling Annabelle Sutherland, and she is pulling her for 4 runs, so a single and a boundary of the first 2 deliveries of the 8th over that Annabelle Sutherland has been given. So yeah, that's quite an onslaught now by India. In comes Sutherland again, right arm over the wicket. Aerial cover drive by Risha Ghosh, but there is a fielder out near the boundary in the offside, and they are kept to a single. 6 runs off the over thus far. In comes Sutherland for the 4th delivery, right arm over the wicket and clipped off the pads by Jemima Rodriguez this time, and another single. The score predictor on screen is now saying 349 for India. They are currently 294 for 4. And yeah, I think that is, let's see what the series. What were the highest scores of the tournament thus far? Highest scores of the tournament were not that high. I think there was one match. Yeah, the highest score of the tournament so far has been 326 by Australia. No other score of 300 or more. No. There is no score. As Risha Ghosh is now giving it away. She has to go. 5th wicket is down, 32 of 22. As she was looking to get another boundary over long on, but she mistimes it and she finds the fielder at long on. That is Georgia Wareham, the sub. She is substituting for Megan Schutt. Georgia Wareham and Risha Ghosh has to go. Courts up Wareham, bowled Sutherland 32, strike rate 145.45, and Amanjot Kaur is in at number 7 for India, and they were showing her at 8, I think, in the lineup earlier. I was expecting Deepti Sharma to come in at 7, but it is Amanjot Kaur. Sophie Molyneux is given a 9th over. Single first ball for Jemima Rodriguez, and Amanjot Kaur is now out in the middle, or on strike for India. It is her 12th match. She has made 172 runs, her high score is 57 and her average 19.11. 295 for 5 India. In the 44th over, in comes Sophie Molyneux, left arm around the wicket, and Amanjot Kaur is off the mark with a pull for a 4. So, India 299. India 299 for 5. Now the scoring ribbon is just not updating anymore. Because now it's updated. 299 for 5. In comes Sophie Molyneux, cut by Amanjot Kaur, misfielded by backward point, and India have run a couple and have brought up their 301 for 5. The run rate overall is 6.92, and Alyssa Healy is looking a bit dispirited now. 301 for 5. In comes Molyneux. Aerial cover drive from Amanjot that falls in no man's land, and India have run another single. So we have 8 runs off the over so far. And Jemima Rodriguez is on strike for the final, or for the penultimate delivery, for potentially for 2 more deliveries from Sophie Molyneux. And this one is cut, fielded by point. There is no run. Dot ball, Jemima Rodriguez on 28 of 17. India 302 for 5. Amanjot Kaur at the non-strikers end is on 7 of 3. Let's have a look. There is cover, extra cover, backward point, and short third man. And swept by Jemima Rodriguez, but stopped by fine leg. There is no run. 44 overs gone. India 302 for 5. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Again, if you are watching, feel free to use the YouTube chat. That's always good fun. And thank you everyone for watching. If you are watching and not subscribed, please consider subscribing. That's really helping a small channel like mine out. Let's see. Annabelle Sutherland is given a 9th over. Amanjot Kaur is on strike. India 302 for 5. Sutherland figures of 2 for 31. And she is, I think she's not the only, no, she's not the only Australian bowler to have taken more than 1 wicket, because Sophie Molyneux has joined that club in the match. Now we are seeing Elise Perry highlights, and they are already making there's a commercial for the match that's currently underway. Sometimes it's baffling. Anyway, Sutherland comes in, Jemima steps away and pulls one from outside the off stump, and there is a fielder there though, so India are restricted to another single. 304 for 5, 44.2 overs. Deepti Sharma is standing near the boundary. She is all padded up. In comes Sutherland, on drive from Amanjot Kaur, and she is running. And Jemima Rodriguez is very, very late out of the blocks and looks in danger of getting run out. Amanjot Kaur is basically three-quarters of the way there. Where before Jemima Rodriguez at the non-strikers is starting to run. Cheeky scoop by Jemima Rodriguez finds the boundary. 4 more runs, and Annabelle Sutherland has figures of 2 for 38. She has conceded 7 runs off the first 4 deliveries of the 45th over. India 309 for 5. Yeah, as I said, 325 I think was the highest score of the tournament. 326, sorry, by Australia against New Zealand. The second match of the tournament. And now Jemima Rodriguez is trying to, well, she's overdoing it here. Let's be honest. After that last scoop, that cheeky scoop, now she mistimes one. It balloons high into the air, and it is taken by Beth Mooney. And India have lost their 6th wicket. Jemima Rodriguez has to go for 33 of 21. She is caught Mooney, bowled Sutherland. And that means that Deepti Sharma is now out in the middle at number 8 for India. It is a good score thus far. It's only the second time of the tournament that a side has made more than 300 runs, but India need to keep a cool head here. Don't get bowled out, but you don't have the time really to rebuild the innings, as Annabelle Sutherland bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Deepti Sharma. There is a wide as she angles one across, and next one, right arm over the wicket. There is an appeal for caught behind, and now there is a bit of confusion. Umpire Pereira is on her radio. Sue Redfern is looking on. There is an appeal, and now there is a review. But who reviewed? I think it's an umpire's review, because I didn't see any players making any signs. I think it's an umpire's review to show to see whether that has actually carried. And oh, that's borderline again. Alyssa Healy thinks it's out, but on replay it doesn't look like she got her fingers under that. I think this one is grasped. Yes, indeed, that's the that's the decision by the third umpire. This one is grasped. It is not out. Deepti Sharma survives, is given alive. 310 for 6 now. Let's have a look. If anyone is with us on YouTube, doesn't look like I have new messages since Rhubarb. Yeah, reminder everyone, During the chase, we will be joined by Adit, who you might remember or you might know from his excellent Cricket Sickos podcast that you can watch here on YouTube. I have linked you his channel in the description of this live stream. So after today's match, you can, or you should have a look at Adit's stuff. It's very, very good. He will join us later for some of the chase in around 1.5 hours now, probably. As Ash Gardner is given a 6th over. Amanjot takes a single of the first delivery, and that means that Deepti Sharma is on strike again, and Gardner bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Deepti Sharma, and that one is cut, and I think India have taken a single. Shorter ball again from Gardner, and this time she is pulled by Amanjot. India take another single, 313 for 6. They should be looking to make the highest score of the tournament here against Australia, as Deepti Sharma goes down on one knee as Ash Gardner is bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Looks for a slog sweep, but can only find the fielder at square leg. There is no run. Again, going down on one knee, looking for the sweep shot. This time it evades the keeper, Alyssa Healy, and it is only just stopped inside the rope there by a fielder out in the deep. Is that... No, I don't think she got any bat on that. I think that's either buys or leg buys. No, it's given as runs. The umpires have given that as runs. Okay, I don't think it was bad. No. Now it's updated. It's been given as 2 buys. I said it. I didn't think she got any bat on that one. So 2 buys and a dot ball to end the 46th over. 315 for 6. 11 runs from 4 overs. Or 12 runs from 4 overs would make this the highest score in the tournament so far. Deepti Sharma is on 1 of 5. She is on strike. Amanjot Kaur is at the non-strikers, and... No, she is on strike now. Change of overs, obviously. Amanjot Kaur is on strike. 11 of 7, 315 for 6, 12 more runs, and this is the highest score. Sophie Molyneux looks to be bowling out. Yes, indeed, she is given her 10th over. Figures of 2 for 69 thus far. Let's see what she can do. Can she make something happen here? First delivery, and Amanjot steps out to off, gives herself room, pulls Molyneux's first delivery of her 10th over from outside the off stump, finds the boundary, 4 runs for India. 319 for 6. In comes Molyneux again. This time Amanjot steps away to leg to give herself room to cut, but she can only find short third man. There is no run. The current run rate overall is 6.88, which is really, really, really good. And in comes Molyneux again, left arm around the wicket. And this time there is a single in the offside for India. They take a quick single. The ball comes in towards Alyssa Healy, who casually whips off the bails, but Deepti Sharma is safe, and there's not even any appeal from Alyssa Healy for run out. Deepti Sharma now on strike. She is on 1 of 5. There is mid-off. There is cover, extra cover, backward point, and short third man in the offside for her. In comes Molyneux, left arm around the wicket, aerial slog from Deepti Sharma, straight down Beth Mooney's throat, and she has to go for 1 run of 6 deliveries. India 320 for 7, and now they are in real danger of getting bowled out. As Deepti was looking for a lofted off drive, very, very straight down the ground, and she finds Beth Mooney stationed there at long off. That's India now losing their heads a bit. Very, very sloppy. 16.66 Deepti Sharma's strike rate, and Sneerana is in at number 9 for India. She is on strike now, and Sophie Molyneux has 3 wickets for 74. As we see Sneerana in at 9, in she comes, and she is off the mark straight away with a single, 321 for 7. 46.5 overs bowled. She has played 42 matches. Her highest score is a 53 not out. It's also her only score of 50 or more. Uppercut, but stopped by third man, as Amanjot Kaur was looking for the boundary there. There is no run. 321 for 7. 6 runs and 1 wicket of the 47th over for India. Current run rate is 6.82. Amanjot Kaur is on 16 of 11 and Sneerana on 1 of 1. Sophie Molyneux has bowled out. She has bowled 10 overs. One maiden. She has taken 3 wickets for 75 runs. So that's an economy of 7.5. Ash Gardner is given a 7th over, and she is deposited to the boundary at fine leg by Sneerana for 4 runs, 325 for 7. So India 1 away from the highest score of the tournament, or 2 away from the highest score of the tournament to make a new record. 1 away from equaling the 326, and the record is equaled by a wide from Ash Gardner. 326 for 7. In she comes, and aerial and dropped. Sneerana finds deep mid wicket, who drops her. It's Georgia Wareham, the substitute fielder. That has to sting. You are in as the substitute fielder and you drop the first chance of a catch, but doesn't really matter all that much, because next delivery is an uppercut by Amanjot Kaur that finds backward point, and she has to go. Caught Molyneux, bowled Gardner, 16 of 12 deliveries, strike rate of 133.33. India 327 for 8 now. And yeah, if you're looking at the scorecard, that's just sloppy. The opening partnership was 155 runs. Then the second wicket fell at 192, then 234, 240, 294, 309, 320, 327. So yeah, there's a clump of wickets there at the end. India, if India win this match, they have won it on basically on their opening partnership. No bones about it. Yeah, there's 155, then 34, 42, 6, 54, 15, 11, 7, and 2. The partnerships were in this Indian innings. Kranti Gaut is in at number 10 for India, and I mean, she's off the mark, so no ducks thus far in India's innings. 328 for 8, 47.5 overs have been bowled. The current run rate is 6.86. In comes Gardner, right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Sneh who plays her out to square leg. India run a single, 2 more overs to come, 329 for 8. Sneh on 7 of 4 and Kranti Gaut on 1 of 2. Let's have a look at YouTube. If anyone is with us. No, I don't think there's any new posts in the YouTube chat, but if you are watching, feel free to use the YouTube chat. It's always good to hear from other people. Most of you will know how this works because most of you will probably come over from Gorilla Cricket. Yeah, so the highest totals. There was something about 369. Don't know where that comes from. Annabelle Sutherland will bowl out. She has taken 3 for 39. She is given the 49th over. Sneh is on strike for India, 329 for 8. The current run rate is 6.85, and there is a bit of a delay in play. I don't know why. We are seeing aerial shots. There are some birds or something flying around. There is a delay. The umpires are fiddling with their radios. Someone is telling them something. I don't know. Let's have a look if ESPN Cricinfo knows anything about the delay. No, and we are underway again, apparently. No, that's another replay package of Annabelle Sutherland's wickets. 3 so far. Okay, in she comes, right arm over the wicket. Apparently we missed a dot ball, and now we see a very, very inelegant single from Sneh. Absolutely no timing at all there, and that means that Kranti Gaut is on strike. In comes Sutherland, and it's an aerial drive, and it finds long on, straight down the throat. Wicket. India lose their 9th, and they are in real danger now of not betting out their 50 overs. It's not a bad-looking shot from Krantigaut, but there is not enough power in it, and she can only find. Oh, this time it's Wareham. This time she doesn't drop one. So Wareham has taken 2 catches, dropped one, which was quite inconsequential because it was Amanjot Kaur who was out next delivery. And that means at number 11, it's Charani in for India. There is still a chance for there to be a duck in the Indian innings. 3:30 for 9 now. The left-hander, Sri Charani. Full toss, and this one is driven straight to point by Charani. There is a fielder there, and they don't take any runs there. As we are seeing replays of the wicket of and Sri Charani has chopped on 330 all out. The Indians 48.5 overs, and Annabelle Sutherland has a fifer. Excellent. She has been absolutely magnificent. Sri Charani gets an under edge that goes straight into her stumps, both bails flying off, and India have been dismissed. They are all out for 330. Still, in the context of this tournament, I would say that's quite a good total. It is, I think, the highest total of the tournament thus far, but it's a bit like there's a real the Indian tail really didn't make or didn't put up any resistance here. There's a cluster of wickets. There is one duck in the innings. Let's go over the highlights. If India win this, they will have won this game on the back of their excellent opening partnership. 155 were put up by Pratika Raval and Smriti Mandhana up front. A few 30s after that, because Raval made 75, Mandhana made 80. Then Harleen Deol is with with a 38, Rodriguez with a 33, Risha Ghosh with a 32. Harmanpreet Kaur makes her highest score of the tournament, but it's it's still a rather disappointing 22. In the end, we had 5 penalty runs. That's something of note. 24 extras were conceded by Australia. And let's get over to the bowling side. Annabelle Sutherland, obviously the pick of the bowlers. She took 5 wickets for 40 in 9.5 overs. Sophie Molyneux, a bit expensive, but 3 wickets as well. Megan Schutt and Ashley Gardner took 1 each. Kim Garth, Talia McGrath and Alana King were unlucky. Megan Schutt went off the field after 6.1 overs. She was replaced by Georgia Wareham as a substitute. Let's see what India can do with the ball in, I guess, half an hour, something like that. I will be back with you for the chase. But please forgive me if I take a short break, because I've been it's always a bit taxing to do a whole ODI. So don't go anywhere. See you in a bit. And welcome back. Looks like we are about ready to go now for the chase. To recap, India made 330 all out in inside of 49 overs. Someone on Crick Info is thinking that because there will be dew, because there are super soppers and ropes out in the middle, India might actually be 20 or 30 runs short here. It is, however, the highest score of the tournament so far. And let's have a look. I was just reading over on Blue Sky. Dan Lipke, friend of the channel, has posted some very, very good things here. 3 for 75 of 10 overs is a wonderfully mad set of figures, he says. Is it good? Is it bad? Nobody knows. Thank you, Sophie Molyneux. 5 for 40 of 9.5, more boringly definitive. Shame on you, Annabelle Sutherland, he also says. Yeah. So, 330 all out. So, Australia's target is 331 to win this. As we are seeing the players out there, India in the circle, and interestingly, it's Smriti Mandhana giving the pep talk and not Captain Harmanpreet Kaur. I couldn't tell you why, but it is. So, some more stuff, some more housekeeping. Yeah, strong finish from the Australians. India losing 6 for 36 and 9 for 138. If India win this, they will have won it on the back of their opening partnership. I said that earlier. Because Pratika Rawal and Smriti Mandhana put on 155 for the first wicket. As we are seeing the opening pair for Australia out there in the middle, it's the captain, Alyssa Healy, and Phoebe Litchfield. Looks like Alyssa Healy is going to face the first delivery. She is marking her guard. She's now gone out into the middle of the pitch for a bit of gardening. And at the other end, it's Phoebe Litchfield, who will open the bowling for India. It looks to be Amanjot Kaur. 12 matches, 15 wickets, economy 5.93. The required run rate for Australia, I can tell you that much, is 6.62. They need 331 runs from 50 overs. As we are seeing Alyssa Healy, who is very, very consciously chewing her gum. And she is now taking a strike. In comes Amanjot. There is a slip in place, but first delivery is clipped off the pads of Alyssa Healy, fielded at deep fine leg, and that is Australia on the board. Healy 1 of 1, Litchfield on strike. The field is reset a bit. Someone is, I think that's Kranti Gaut running around a bit in the outfield there. Yeah, what are your expectations? Is this a good total for India? It is the highest of the tournament, but Australia have made their first boundary of the second delivery. Phoebe Litchfield cuts 1 for 4, and Australia are 5 without loss. Um, so let's have a look if anyone is with us over on YouTube, because as you know, we always, it's just a second, something is very strange. No, okay. All right. A dot ball, third delivery. So Litchfield remains on strike. She's on 4 of 2. Nimali Pereira is standing in her 17th ODI. And Sue Redfern in her 38th. Those are the on-field umpires. Yeah, so what do you think? You can always use the YouTube chat to let me know what are your predictions. As Phoebe Litchfield plays one out straight to cover, there is no run. What are your predictions? Is this a good total? Australia in with the shout here. They would need to make it would be a record run chase for Australia. I think I read over on ESPN Cricinfo. But yeah, the dew is very. It's always very complicated with the dew. I think, especially in India. It was probably the right decision for Australia to bowl first in this match, but India should not be underestimated, I think. Another single, and Australia are 6 without loss. Final delivery of Amanjot's over coming up, and there is another single for Australia in there. This time it is in the leg side by Healy. 7 without loss. So Australia are ahead of the run rate. However much that means after 1 over. And let's have a look. Alicia Healy is on 2 of 2 and Phoebe Litchfield is on 5 of 4. Amanjot Kaur has bowled 1 over, conceded 7 runs and taken no wickets. India did start relatively slowly. And then Smriti Mandhana and Pratika Rawal accelerated quite nicely. Yeah, in the end they folded a bit. I would suggest losing 9 wickets for less than their opening partnership, quite bad. As Kranti Gaud is given her first over, so India are starting with pace as well. There is a bit of a misfield that allows the Australians a single of the first delivery of Kranti Gaud's over. Healy on 3 of 3, Australia 8 without loss. Litchfield on strike. She is 5 of 4. And what will the right arm of Kranti Gaud do now? She continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield. And this one is misfielded, I would say, by short third, who tries to throw herself across the ball to stop the boundary and misses it. So Phoebe Litchfield finds another boundary. It is in between slip and short third. Krantigaud with hands on head, can't believe it. Deepti Sharma has to look away. In comes Krantigaud again. This time Litchfield clips one of her pads, and Australia have run another single, and they are now 13 without loss. So let's see. Reminder, in about 30 minutes, we will be joined by Adit, who is a friend of the show. He has a very, very excellent cricket podcast called Cricket Sickos that is linked in the description box. So yeah, you should probably also subscribe to Adit. He will join for a bit in about half an hour from Indonesia. You probably also know him if you listen to White Line Wireless, because he was in Australia for a time, and while he was in Australia he was also a member of White Line Wireless. He was in the Box of Dreams in Moonee Ponds, together with Raging Russ and Dan Lipke and Cat Jones, people like that. Morg was also there sometimes. So Gout continues her over, and she can keep the Australian bats a bit quieter in the second half of her first over. 3 dot balls. Australia end the second over on 13 without loss. Healy is on 3 of 6, Litchfield on 10 of 6. And Amanjot continues as someone of the Australians is padded up and is already shadow batting out in the dugout. I think it's Elise Perry. She should be in at number 3 as Amanjot bowls a dot ball first up. Litchfield can't do anything with that. Reminder, the target is 331. It would be the highest score of the tournament so far. In comes Amanjot for the second delivery. There is a slip in place. She angles one across Litchfield, who plays this out to deep backward point. There is a single, and Alyssa Healy is on strike. 14 without loss for Australia. The required run rate is hovering around 6.67. Yeah. Let's see if anyone is back with us on YouTube. Reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, you can always use the chat. I will read out your messages in between overs as Amanjot continues. Another single, this time to Healy, 15 without loss. And Alyssa Healy is looking a bit skeptical there out in the middle, as with every single the Australians take, the field is reset because they have a left hand, a right hand combination opening. In comes Amanjot, and this one is played out to mid-off, no run, 15 without loss. Yeah, the Indians will probably hope for early breakthroughs here. The Australians were frustrated by the opening partnership of India that made 155 runs for them. India will look for early wickets to rattle the Australian batting lineup, because Australia definitely bats deeper than India. I would say there is a bit of a ooh, how did that not take an edge moment out there, as Litchfield is beaten on the outside by Amanjot. Risha Ghosh behind the stumps takes it cleanly, but there is nothing on it as the replays show, but hands on heads, as that was really, really close. Clipped off the hip by Litchfield into the leg side. There is another single. The throw to the keeper is a bit inaccurate, but there is backup, so no overthrows or any funny business like that. So let's see if anyone is with us. I think I'm up to date on the YouTube chats. Okay. So 3 overs gone. Australia 16 without loss. 3 runs from the third over. Phoebe Litchfield is on 12 of 11 and Alyssa Healy on 4 of 7. And Krantigaard now continues. She starts with a dot ball, as we are seeing some Krantigaard replays for the power play during the South Africa game. She took a wicket there in the power play. She is bowling on a length generally during the power play. Now there's a bit of a discussion between Krantigaard and Harmanpreet Kaur about the ball. Krantigaard was rubbing it on the grass, which I think is a bit counterproductive. Now there is a towel out. The Indian captain has been talking to umpire Sue Redfern, probably to ask if she could clean the seam or something like that. In comes Krantigaard again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield, and this one is left alone outside the off stump, and it is another dot ball, 16 without loss. And yes, the Australians started a bit quicker than the Indians did, but too many dot balls in this kind of a run chase will definitely build pressure on the Australian batting order. 3 dot balls now for Krantigaard in her second over. And Australia remain on 16 without loss. The target again is 331. Still a slip in place for Phoebe Litchfield, who is beaten again on the outside edge by Krantigaard, who is bowling right arm over the wicket, angling it across the left-handed Litchfield, who is now on 12 of 15. And she is looking to defend it, but is consistently beaten by Krantigaard. It's perhaps best described as a check drive. Now she defends one out into the offside, but straight to the fielder, and there is again no run. 16 without loss. And let's have a look at the field. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, short third, backward point, deep point, extra cover, and mid-off are the fielders for Krantigaard bowling to Phoebe Litchfield. In she comes again. Defended, back towards the bowler who fields it, and it's a maiden. 16 without loss after 4 overs, and the run rate therefore is 4. Healy is on 4 of 7, Litchfield on 12 of 17. The target is 331, and Amanjot Kaur is continuing. She is given a third over, her third over. It's the 5th overall, and now Harmanpreet Kaur is doing all she can to polish the ball. Sweat from her neck, from her forehead. And then some polishing. Amanjot continues, and this time it's too short by her, and it's a boundary to Alyssa Healy as she pulls Amanjot Kaur for 4 runs at mid-wicket. So yeah, it's a. What do you do as a bowler here? Probably you should look to pitch it up to Healy, who is taking a guard very far outside her crease. Next one is defended, and there is no run. 20 without loss. Healy on 8 of 9, Litchfield 12 of 17. Yeah, it's a bit weird what to do now. Whenever the Indian bowlers have pulled it back, they have been cut away or pulled by the Australian openers. As Healy is taking a guard, in comes Amanjot again, and this time she pitches it up a bit, but it's right in the slot for Alyssa Healy, who drives her very, very straight towards the boundary. And there is another 4 runs for Australia. 24 without loss now. The required run rate is 6.77. Australia going along at somewhere around 5.2 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Now Risha Ghosh is handed a helmet. That is brought on by someone from outside of the field of play, because remember, during the Australian innings, we had 5 penalty runs because I think Megan Schutt, who was off the field for a time, or towards the end of the Australian innings, she hit the helmet of Alyssa Healy that was set on the field behind her. And that's 5 penalty runs, so the Indians are not risking any penalty runs, and yeah, Risha Ghosh was handed the helmet by a runner from the dugout. Slips are out now, but there is a kind of a gully. That should be Deepti Sharma there. Healy makes another single. Final delivery of the over coming up. 25 without loss, Australia. They are 4 runs ahead of where India were at this stage. The broadcaster is informing me there's a comparison. After 4.5 overs, India were 21 without loss. Australia are 25 without loss. In comes Amanjot. Now there is a slip in place for Litchfield, the left-hander, as she is angling one across him. It is fielded by Jemima Rodrigues, and there is no run as Litchfield was looking to cut it. Australia end the 5th over on 25 without loss. Target 331. Let's see if anyone is with us on YouTube. Doesn't look like it. I think I am up to date. Reminder, we will in about 15 minutes have Adit with us for a bit of the Australian innings. As Krantigaut is continuing, we are now seeing for some reason, slow motion replays of the innings break and the ground staff repainting the creases and stuff like that, what ground staff do during the innings break. So, a dot ball and a single to start Krantigaut's third over. Australia 26 without loss, and Phoebe Litchfield is on strike. She's on 12 of 18, while Alyssa Healy, her captain, is at the non-strikers end. She is on 14 of 14. In comes Krantigaut again, pushed into the offside by Phoebe Litchfield, and there is a single. There is a slip in place for Litchfield, while there is no slip for Alyssa Healy, interestingly enough. Krantigaut now has figures of none for 8. In she comes again, this time to Alyssa Healy. Now there is a slip in place for Healy. And Healy, I think, has found the boundary. Yes, indeed she has. She cut it. And now the Indians are starting to misfield, a bit like the Australians did. Normally the Australian standards of fielding are very, very high, and there was Georgie Wareham, who was in as substitute fielder when Megan Shutt was off the field towards the end of the Indian innings. Well, I think she took 2 catches, but she also dropped one very, very easy chance. Not that it really mattered in the end, because I think it was Amanjot Kaur, actually, who was out next delivery, caught at short third man. In comes Krantigaut to Phoebe Litchfield, who plays it out into the offside, and there is another single. So 8 runs off the over, 33 without loss after 6. Healy 19 of 16 and Litchfield on 14 of 20. Krantigaut with figures of none for 14 from 3. And the run rate for Australia is somewhere around 5.2 for the last 5 overs. Overall, it's 5.3 or 5.5, something like that. They are very, very close to the Indian run rate, and the Indians really, really need to make early breakthroughs here, because the Australians definitely bet deeper than India. This Australian team bets deeper than India. We have a change in bowling for the first time. Sneerana is set to replace Amanjot Kaur. 42 matches, 56 wickets. New bowler Sneerana replaces Amanjot Kaur. So, spin for the first time in the innings, round the wicket, full at middle stump, and defended by Phoebe Litchfield. 3 innings, 41 runs, and 2 dismissals is the head-to-head between Litchfield and Rana. The strike rate is 74.54. In she comes again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is driven, but straight to cover. There is no run again. 33 without loss, still Australia. So, In she comes again, right arm around the wicket, cut by Litchfield, fielded out in the deep by Crantigout, and Australia have run a single, 34 without loss. So rotating the strike now. Let's see what Sneerana will do now that a right-hander is back on strike. Alyssa Healy surveying the field set for her, and Sneerana is getting ready. There is no slip in place for Sneerana. And again, a misfield at cover this time as Healy drives one out. The fielder inside the circle tries to stop it. Who is that? Well, I mean, she definitely gets it to slow down, but she can't stop it dead. And it's a two-woman operation there. As the next ball is defended back towards the bowler by Litchfield, and there is no run. So only 2 runs thus far of Sneerana's first over. She is bowling around 80 kilometers per hour. Lofted drive, and that is the first 6 of the innings, I would think. Lofted cover drive from Phoebe Litchfield, 6 runs, and Australia are 41 without loss after 7 overs. Target is, a reminder, 331. 8 runs of the 7th over. Phoebe Litchfield 21 of 25. Alyssa Healy 20 of 17. Sneerana has bowled 1 over, conceded 8 runs, and at the other end is Crantigout, who has bowled 3 overs, including a maiden, and has taken none for 14 thus far. So, let's see if anyone is with us. No, doesn't look like it. 290 runs are what Australia need to win this match in Visakhapatnam. As we are seeing Harmanpreet Kaur resetting the field, I think, and it is indeed Crantigout who is given a 4th over, so she stays on. In she comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is just hacked over cow corner by Alyssa Healy, and it is another 6. So back-to-back 6s for the Australians here. And yeah, after India posted the highest score of the tournament thus far, despite being bowled out and not batting out their 50 overs, now they are looking a bit under the pump of the Australians here. In comes Crantigout, and she pulls back her length, and this is too short. It is there to be pulled, and Alyssa Healy does so and finds the boundary at mid-wicket for 4 more runs, 51 without loss. Yeah, Australia are absolutely doing what needs to be done here. This is an imposing target, to be fair, but they are looking very, very good here so far. The partnership is worth 51 runs of 44 deliveries. 51 without loss. In comes Crantigout again, and again it is pulled by Healy, and that is another 4 runs, 55 without loss. Crantigout suddenly has figures of none for 28. And yeah, the Australians, they really need to attack this target head on. It is the highest of the tournament. It would be a record chase for Australia, because apparently the 155 the Indian openers made against them is the highest opening partnership against Australia in women's ODIs. And it didn't say by India, it said against Australia. So I think it's an all-time record. Let's have a look if Adit will be with us in just a few minutes, and I will just go into the voice channel on Discord. So there's a lot of movement in the field now. Harmanpreet Kaur is resetting her field as Krantigaud comes in. Bouncer and given as a wide on height by umpire Sue Redfern at the striker's end. So Australia 56 without loss. And yeah, back to the prediction on ESPN Cricinfo. Someone said that they reckon that India might actually be 20 or 30 runs short. And looking at the way the Australian openers are going about it, he might have been right, because so far in the over there has been a 6, a 4, a 4, a wide, and another 4. So 10, 15, 19 runs off the over thus far. A reminder, the highest scoring over in the Indian innings was, I think, a 16. There were 2 overs where India scored 16 runs in an over. We have already gone past that here. Next one is a driven, but straight to a mid-off. There is no run. Australia now 12 runs ahead of where India were at this stage in their innings. India were 22 runs. Sorry, not 12, 22 runs. 38 versus 60. In comes Krantigaud, and this one might have been, it's a slower ball, and Healy absolutely misjudges the speed and is hit in the ribs. And that ends the 8th over. 19 runs coming from it. Australia 60 without loss. Alyssa Healy is on 38 of 23. Phoebe Litchfield 21 of 25. Krantigaud has bowled her 4th over. Figures of none for 33. 19 of those 33 runs coming off this over. We are now seeing, for some reason, the Indian batting order. One would think they show us the Australian one now that the Indian innings is already over. Today's milestones. Beth Mooney can reach a milestone but was very short. Yes, needs 93 for 3,000 runs in ODIs. Deepti Sharma needs 3 wickets for 150 in wickets in ODIs. Sneh is continuing, and she is bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Phoebe Litchfield, and so far she can keep Litchfield quiet. 2 dot balls to start the over. In she comes again, right arm around the wicket. This is cut by Litchfield fielded in the deep by Crantigout, and there is a single, so Healy is back on strike now. Let's see if anyone is with us on YouTube. Reminder, if you are watching, don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, get in touch through the YouTube chat. I will read out your messages in between the overs. So, Rana is bowling to Healy, and she is beating her outside edge here. Healy now taking her guard way further back than against the Pacers. Only one run so far from Sneh-Rana's second over. Final delivery coming up. Australia are 61 for no loss though. And now Healy dances down the pitch and plays one aerially over the fielders inside the ring, finds the boundary, and Australia are 65 without loss. They are quite ahead of where India were at this stage. And now it's the Indians looking a bit clueless and a bit rattled, I have to admit. After Alyssa Healy was quite rattled during the Indian innings, and I think some of her tactical choices might have been debatable, but it's looking like a very good pitch to score on, and the Australians are doing exactly that, taking the fight right back to the Indian bowling attack. And we are seeing some replays now, and it's back to Amanjot Kaur, who is now facing Phoebe Litchfield. Australia played 8 matches this year, won 7, lost 1, a win percentage of 87.5. If they win this today, they will be at the top of the table, as there is a cheeky scoop by Phoebe Litchfield that goes straight over the head of Risha Ghosh, the keeper, who is standing up. And that brings up 69 for Australia. Nice. So, yeah, apparently Amanjot Kaur was taken off to rotate her to the other end. And Phoebe Litchfield looks like she is now starting or looking to score as fast as her captain, as Amanjot Kaur is pulling her length back, and well, it has the expected consequences. She's pulled for another 4 runs, and yeah, the Australians are absolutely not out of this game. They are currently going at 8.1 overall in the innings, and in the last 5 overs, the run rate is over 10. 73 without loss currently. Required run rate 6.34. Just as context. Litchfield stepping out, making room for a cut, and that finds the boundary, and the middle-aged bloke in the AFL jersey is absolutely loving it, which is always good to see. I mean, it's a bit of a commitment to to fly to India for the Women's World Cup. And there have been a lot of middle-aged Australian blokes in AFL jerseys out in the stands. I think some of them wandered into the India versus Pakistan match, if I remember correctly. Now, what has happened there? The bail is removed, but I think... Yes, that's really, really bad from Risha Ghosh, because Phoebe Litchfield is beaten by Amanjot Kaur, but Risha Ghosh doesn't take the catch and removes the bails with just her hands. Litchfield would have been out had Risha Ghosh taken that delivery cleanly and removed the stumps with the ball in her gloves. Maybe they will regret that moment later on, because the next delivery is another 4 runs, so we have still left one more delivery in the over, and it is gone for 16 already. Amanjot coming in, and there is a clip of the pads, and that's a single. Australia 82 without loss after 10 overs, run rate 8.2, Healy on 42 of 26 and Litchfield of 13 on 39 of 34. Amanjot Kaur after 4 overs has figures of none for 36. And yeah, run rate 8.2 for the Australians. That's quite something. What are India going to do? Back to spin, probably. The Australian batsmen have really, really liked the pace so far. It's back to spin indeed. It is Sneh Rana who is given her 3rd over. India are... Someone is... India are thinking about what to do here in the field. Harmanpreet Kaur in conversation with some of her team. Sneh Rana, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield, who plays it out into the offside, but there is no run. India really, really need a wicket here, one would think. In comes Rana again, right arm around the wicket, and an attempt at a reverse sweep by Litchfield. Misses it though. This time Risha Ghosh takes it, but she doesn't move her back foot. Next one is cut on just short of backward point. Jemima Rodriguez there. No chance for her. As it bounces about 30 to 50 centimeters in front of her. She stops it though. So another dot ball. Superb stop by Rodriguez. In comes Rana. Wider outside the off stump. And this one is played out to cover for a single. That's Kranti out there fielding. And Australia have rotated the strike again. This time it's Healy on strike. 83 without loss after 10.4 overs. Healy on 42 of 26 and Litchfield on 40 of 38. So another Australia are really ahead of where India were at this stage by about 25 runs, something like that. I think India were at around 60 and they are now over 80. Um, there is a huge LBW appeal here as Rana gets one to skid on, but I don't think anyone has reviewed, have they? No, they review it. Decision has been reviewed. And let's see. The third umpire is looking at the replay. There doesn't seem to be any bet involved. Jacqueline Williams is the third umpire from the West Indies. Now we have Ultra Edge on screen. Oh no, there is an inside edge, it seems, and yeah, that's not out. Adit, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent. There was a bit of noise when you entered the room. So yeah, hi, welcome everyone. Say hi to Adit, friend of the show and host of the excellent Cricket Sickos podcasts. How are you, Adit?
I'm very good, thank you. As always, thank you very much for shouting out my podcast. For anyone listening, if you haven't listened to Leia's episode of it, just look up Cricket Secrets podcast. And Leia, I think it's episode 5,
Yes.
probably one of the best episodes, because Leia has one of the best cricket origin stories and cricketing journeys out of anyone ever. Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, have you been following the match so far?
Mostly from a distance in the first innings. Like obviously India's total of 330 is really impressive, but Healy and Litchfield are making pretty light work of this.
Yeah, it's looking less impressive by the over, I would say. um, as yeah, the Phoebe Litchfield and Alyssa Healy, they are really going along at quite a clip. And I said earlier, if India uh, were to win this match, they would definitely win it on the back of their opening partnership because that opening partnership is 155. Something like that. They lost 9 wickets for 138 further runs. As we have a new spinner in, it is Charani. So some slow left arm from India now, and she is bowling left arm around the wicket to Healy, who takes a single, and now it's Litchfield on strike. Yeah, the opening partnership between for the Indians was 155, and I think someone on ESPN Cricinfo said it's the highest opening partnership against Australia ever.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, and obviously that's very impressive, and yeah, like that opening partnership hasn't necessarily fired together in this tournament so far, but yeah,
Yeah.
I so also I should note my ICC TV stream I think is 30 to 60 seconds ahead of yours, I, and and I don't know if I can say that the Australian opening partnership might not reach
Yes,
that of the Indian
exactly.
one.
It has just happened on my screen. The change of bowling has worked, and yeah, I mean Phoebe Litchfield with her reverse sweeps, her premeditated reverse sweeps, they looked a bit dodgy. But this time, it is the end of Phoebe Litchfield because she plays one straight to backward point, and she has to go for 40 of 39. Well, that's extraordinary stuff. It's Phoebe Litchfield caught Rana, bowled Sri Charani for 40 with a strike rate of 102.56. So the first wicket for Australia is down, 85.1. Yeah, that's. But I mean, at this stage in the game, it's if they hadn't made this breakthrough, India would have really, really struggled. I think the the Australians are so far ahead of where India were at this stage in the game. It's over there. They are over 20 runs ahead of where India were at this stage.
Yeah, and I think the required rate now is something like 6.3. So I would probably say that Australia is still ahead in this chase, but Perry hasn't necessarily been on fire with the bat in this tournament so far. So if yeah, if India get another quick wicket, then anything can happen.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
then Beth Mooney, who has been firing in this tournament, will come in, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, the players not being all that in form is kind of it's kind of a theme in this match, I think, because Harmanpreet Kaur, captain of India, is also not really on fire at the moment with the bat. She made her highest score of the tournament today, which is a 22. So that's not really confidence boosting, I would think. But I really like Charani, this running between the umpire and the non-striker stumps and then turning around sharply and bowling some left arm spin. It's always great. And I always have to think about the podcast by Alex and Dan about the 1981 Ashes and Ray Bright's entrance into the series. When I see someone like Charani bowling like this, she has bowled an excellent over. In the end, it is a single, a wicket, and 4 dot balls. Australia are 85 for 1, and Elise Perry is in at number 3 for Australia. She has played out 4 dot balls. And so, after 12 overs, Australia are 85 for 1 with a current run rate of 7.08 and required run rate below that.
I'm also noticing that India's only got 1 extra, and that's in stark contrast to Australia's innings. I think it was like 24, which included if Dan and Alex were doing a podcast about this tournament and this game, they would definitely mention the
penalty.
5 penalty runs for hitting the helmet.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Could you talk me through what happened?
I think it was Megan Schutt who was bowling, and she beat the batsman, and she then nutmegged Alyssa Healy as well, ran through her legs, and she had her helmet on the field behind her, and it hit that helmet, and then it was 5 penalty runs.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was quite funny. Alyssa Healy has had a quite entertaining innings in the field as well, because she was also hit in the groin when she missed one, because she has a tendency to stand very close to the stumps even when keeping to pacers, and she missed one and had to bend over for a bit because it apparently hurt pretty bad. Yeah, I know I shouldn't be laughing, but it was in the moment it just looked funny because it just looked like a slapstick movie. So India.
Well, I'm really glad that. Sorry,
No, no, go ahead.
you sum up the game first. I'm really glad that there's some representation for like for the other kind of genitalia that tends to be affected by these kinds of incidents. Like we know like the multiple Ben Stokes incidents, multiple Joe Root incidents, and now we have the Sahili.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nothing beats the Ben Stokes soundbite caught on the stump mics in I don't know when it was. I think it's 2013, 14 or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, he was caught on the stump mic while getting hit amidships, and he said, "Oh, right in the dick."
Yes.
Anyway, Deepti Sharma is given her first over, and so far it's well a bit of a mixed bag. 2 dot balls, but also 2 boundaries and a single. And Elise Perry is on strike. Australia are within touching distance of triple figures, 94 for 1, as Deepti Sharma ends her over. And again, there is kind of a misfield there at backward square leg, and the Australians are, well, running a cheeky single there. Yeah, the fielding has not been that good in this match by both sides. I think there have been a lot of misfields, and there was one instance where the Indians ran a third run because the Australians were very, very confused about where the ball was, who was backing up where, and there were overthrows and stuff like that.
Sounds extraordinarily messy for especially for an Australian fielding
Exactly. Then
performance.
and then we had Megan Schutt, who had to go off the field near the end of the Indian innings because apparently, hopefully, it's just cramps. I don't know, but she was off the field, and they had a substitute fielder, Georgia Wareham, who then proceeded to drop Amanjot Kaur, which in the end wasn't that costly because she was out next delivery. But that was very, very well interesting. Let's put it that way. As Charani is given a second over, and she starts with 2 dot balls to Elise Perry, who manages to get a single of the third delivery. There is basically no fielder around square leg, and Risha Ghosh, the keeper, has to run after it. The Australians opt not to run a second one, which probably would have been possible, I would say. Alyssa Healy is on 49 not out. She is now on strike. In comes Charani, and Healy just defends it back towards the bowler. There is no run. So Alyssa Healy might make a 50 here in very quick order. 49 of 33.
Yeah, she's striking at 150, and yeah, matching and even bettering a lot of the Indian batters who batted pretty quickly.
Yeah, but the problem in the Indian innings is the fact that yes, the opening partnership was very, very good, but in the middle order there were starts, but no one really got on. I think the third highest score in the innings was 38 by Deol, I think.
Mm.
Let me have a look at the scorecard. It is.
While you look, Healy's hit her 50.
Oh, yes, Alyssa Healy has got her 50. 109 innings, 19 50s, and what was that? 13.
5 centuries.
5 centuries,
So
okay.
yeah, 24 centuries of 50 plus. So it's 24 innings of 50 plus.
That is quite impressive. Alyssa Healy is absolutely one of the absolute superstars of this Australian team, and yeah, India are now India are looking a bit under the pump because the Australians are still ar- around, I think, 20 runs ahead of where India were at this stage. No, even more. Now the Australians are over 30 runs ahead of where India were. Um, is it just the dew? I don't know. There were at least two super soppers during the innings break, and
Wow.
there was also the rope was out. Um, so dew might actually be a factor here, but if Australia chase this target down, which looks likely at the moment, they will absolutely have earned the victory and the number one spot in the league stage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you mentioned it, but it would, if Australia were to get there, it it'll break the highest chase
Yes.
for for ODI World Cups and ODIs in general.
Mm, exactly. This is a record. This would be a record chase, and yeah, I mean they look really really good, and right now, I mean, okay, Perry is currently after having faced 10 deliveries, she's on six, but it's not necessarily a bad innings yet. She can accelerate here, and maybe it's also very very good for her to build her confidence. I think getting a good score against India in India.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, it could be that like this relatively flat pitch or at least like good batting conditions would be just a good way for her
Mm.
to ease her way into another good batting innings.
Yes, and India. I mean, it reminds me a bit of the match against South Africa that in which India batted first as well, and then with the dew and South Africa were really 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 good on in good batting conditions. Granted, um, but yeah, India will rue this loss in the South Africa match, and they will probably be very very critical of their tail in this match because the tail absolutely collapsed. They lost, I think, 6 for 36 or something like that in the end.
Wow.
Yeah, that was really there was a real collapse going on in the Indian innings in towards the end. Um, and this 50 from Healy is the fastest 50 in this World Cup. 35 deliveries. Nadine de Klerk is number two. She took 5 more deliveries to reach her century, as Deepti Sharma is continuing with her second over after I think there has been a drinks break. Um,
Yes.
yes, and Deepti Sharma is bowling to Alyssa Healy, and first one is a dot ball. Now Healy comes dancing down the pitch, mistimes it though, and Risha Ghosh has to run from behind the stumps and pick up the ball. There is no run though. Um,
You were mentioning that Australia is 20 or 30 runs ahead of where India was at the same stage. I'll just leave you to talk about the sport.
yeah, what was it? How many runs ahead
Um,
were they? I think it was
um,
yes.
but I pulled out my old um DLS calculator to
Mm.
calculate a par score, and they're actually exactly on the par score. Yeah,
They are
it
currently
was
on.
97 at the start of the over.
Okay. Yeah, Deepti Sharma has been very, very good in this second over after conceding 10 runs in her first. Now, she has only let them have two singles now after five deliveries. Deepti Sharma, I think in the Pakistan match, she was pretty good, but she was very, very expensive early on, had a very high economy rate, and then basically cleaned up the tail. So I'm I'm a bit skeptical about bowling her against the top of the order. In the end, she gives the Australians three singles. So three figures are up for Australia after 15 overs, 100 for 1. Deepti Sharma figures of none for 13. Healy on 52 of 39, Perry on 7 of 12, and Sharani is given a third over.
Actually, it turns out that I inputted stuff in the DLS calculator incorrectly. It
Oh,
turns out that the par score now is 70, so Australia is 30 runs ahead of that.
way ahead, no? Yeah, yeah, exactly. I was thinking that can't be right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just 15 overs. They are starting this. They're playing this like a T20 at the
Mm.
moment, and and now Healy is taking a couple of runs out towards cover. Yeah, they are basically bossing this at the moment. And again, the fielding out in the deep by India, it is Kranti Gaud out there who falls over and loses the ball in the process of stopping the boundary, which probably allowed the Australians to run the couple.
Mm. So
Yes,
Leia, I think you've just been covering the the game this time last week, which I think would have been India Pakistan, right?
exactly.
Um, yeah. What? Yeah. Maybe after this ball, like you could talk about like what you made of the tournament generally so far.
Well, I think it's been a tournament of both ups and downs. I think there was an absolute collapse by Australia, by South Africa against England,
Mhm.
96 all out. Then they came back with that victory against India. I think overall it's been a bit uneven. Um, the results. I think there have been, what was it? India versus Pakistan was one of the more lopsided ones.
Mhm.
Australia beat New Zealand by over 100 runs. So the performances were very, very uneven. Not just in terms of some games were really, really high scoring, and some games weren't. But there were quite a few very one-sided uh, matches in there. I think the South Africa versus England one is probably the standout in that regard, because what did England take? I think they took around 14 overs or something like that
Yes,
to
something like that.
chase down all South Africa's total of 96. Um, yeah, so Charani has bowled the 16th over, and the Australians took 5 runs off that over. So now the scoring rate is dipping a bit, but they are still way ahead of India. After 16, they are 105 for 1. Uh, as Deep Deepti Sharma continues, right arm over the wicket, and there is a bit of a mix up between the Australian batsman, and the fielder throws it in towards the bowlers, and Deepti Sharma takes it. And I think Elise Perry just makes it back. There's a bit of, yeah, sorry, from Alyssa Healy towards Elise Perry, because that was a bit of a mix up, and might have, would have almost been a run out. There is an appeal from Deepti Sharma, but I think that is a not out in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't far away.
No, it wasn't.
And yeah, I'm still getting used to the smart replay thing because I'm used to like the field umpires doing the TV sign um and it taking like another 30-45 seconds.
Mm,
But I mean obviously this works better, but in terms of like viewing things on the broadcast, I would like to actually know. Maybe what they could do is if they have a smart replay and they've come to a decision, then they can make an out or not out graphic. What do you think?
yeah, exactly. And I think well the broadcast has been a bit confusing at times. I think because say what you will about Sky being a horrible company and quite expensive and stuff like that, but they know what they are doing. Um, and one would think that the ICC, being the International Cricket Council, producing cricket coverage, would know what they do. But the graphics during the tournament have been sometimes they've been very very wrong. In this match, they overlooked the 5 penalty runs for a
Oh,
few for a few minutes, and then credited them in the wrong over, which was very very confusing. Um, oh, it's 111 for one now, because
yes.
Deepti Sharma has conceded 6 runs thus far off her third over. 5 balls have been delivered, and the next one is defended back towards the bowler by Alyssa Healy, and that means Australia remain on 111 for one after 17 overs. I'm not standing up, hopping on one foot. Um, for the Nelson. Dear listeners, don't you even dare to suggest I do. Um,
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 yeah, just in that over the boundary by Elise Perry was really nice. It was she stepped down the track and made a lofted cover drive. It was kind of inside out, and picked a place maybe a couple of meters wide of the outfielder. Yeah, seemed pretty comfortable.
yeah, I mean, the Australians are currently bossing this run chase, and I mean, in the end, I think, well, it's still possible for India to miss the semis, isn't it? The next match they have is against England. And if they lose to England, it starts to get a bit dicey for India, I think, as Kranti Gaut is now continuing. She is given her fifth over. She starts with a dot ball, and Elise Perry is on strike as Kranti Gaut comes in again. This one is a bit too short and into the body of Elise Perry, who gets her away to fine leg for a single. Australia 112 for one. Harmanpreet is resetting the field again. Yeah, I think if India lose against England in their next match, it gets a bit squeaky bum. It's squeaky bum time, I think.
Yeah, it's a good rule of thumb that if the top half of the teams go through to the next round, then the teams would want to have won at least half their games and if they do only win, well, sorry, well, they're playing 7 league matches, aren't they? So
Yes,
they would want
exactly. They're
four
playing
four
seven
wins
league.
and 3 losses.
Yeah.
Um,
India have so far played 3 matches. They have won 2 and lost 1, so they are on 4 points. Maximum is 14 points in 7 league matches. But the problem for India is that the South Africans are also on 4 points, and I wouldn't count out New Zealand yet.
hmm, yeah, New Zealand, like South Africa, have been quite mercurial. Yeah,
Yes.
they got to a pretty good place against Australia before,
Yeah, collapsing a
Australia
bit.
doing their thing. Um, and then let's see, they lost to Australia. They beat Bangladesh. I'm missing a game. Did they beat Sri Lanka? Um,
Let's.
no,
No,
they
they did.
they lost
They
to
lost. Uh,
lost to South Africa. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, right. Yeah, so lost to Australia, lost to South Africa, beat Bangladesh. Yeah, there's been good signs in the New Zealand matches, and the way that they dispatched Bangladesh was pretty convincing. But
Mm.
yeah, um, if Susie Bates can get, I don't know, 20 runs per match, I think that would be a good barometer of New Zealand doing pretty well. I mean, like, shoot, obviously, legend of the game, one of the best to ever do it, but has been having a torrid tournament.
Yes. But yeah, I mean that's kind of a as we said earlier, that's what Elise Perry is going through, what Harmanpreet Kaur is
Mm.
going through. Smriti Mandana earlier today completed her 5,000 one-day international run, so she reached the milestone of 5,000, and I think it's the fastest ever in women's ODIs to 5,000 runs in terms of innings. Um, I think it was 112, and I think the second place is uh, 12 innings more or something like that. So pretty convincing. As Sneerana is now continuing, she is bowling to Elise Perry. She's bowling a right arm over the wicket. And Perry can only defend it back towards the bowler. There is no run. As we are seeing some comparison between Deepti Sharma and Sneerana. Deepti Sharma much more front on, while Sneerana always looks a bit like she's falling away to the side. But be that as it may, next delivery, Elise Perry is finding the boundary again, and she moves on to 20 of 24 with a shot that she plays off the backside of her bat, which is quite extraordinary.
That's how talented she is.
Yes, exactly. And next one is pulled back a bit on the length by Sneerana. So Elise Perry is looking to pull her, but she can only find Jemima Rodriguez out in the deep. So Australia are limited to a single, are kept to a single. In she comes again, this time to Alyssa Healy, who plays it straight to the fielder at cover, and there is no run. 121 for 1 after 18.4 overs are the Australians. And at right about this time, I think the Indians were accelerating quite a bit as Sneerana comes in again. This time she is cut away by Alyssa Healy, who makes room for herself and finds the boundary in the offside. 4 runs for Australia. 125 for 1 now. The Australians are also looking to accelerate.
Yeah, I think there was a period of consolidation after Litchfield got out.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
Perry got her iron, but it looks like she's pretty comfortable now.
Yes, yes. And the second wicket partnership is now worth 40 runs of 45 deliveries. Final delivery of Rana's fourth over. And Alyssa Healy can only find backward point, and there is no run. But 125 for 1 after 19 overs is pretty good going for Australia, I would think. They are going along at... Just a second. That scorecard should update. Yes, 9 runs. They are currently going along at 6.57. Funnily enough, they are now a bit behind the required run rate. Interesting. Again,
But still 30. Hang on. They are 126 minus 88, so they are 28 runs ahead of the DLS par.
yes. I mean, it doesn't look like there might be any rain coming. And yeah,
I've just been kind of using that as like, you know, the expected.
Yeah. So Kranti Gout is given her 6th over, a single to begin with, and Healy is now on strike. And she can't get the ball off the square because there are a lot of fielders in the offside for her. So
one thing that we've seen quite a bit in the in this tournament that we're not seeing in this game, obviously, it's teams tending to lose 6 wickets pretty quickly, but then consolidating, and yeah, so there are quite a lot of like big 7th and 8th wicket partnerships.
yes.
Do you have any ideas as to why that is, Leia?
I don't know, but I was talking. Didn't we talk about that about a year or something ago? That there are a lot more all-rounder kind of type players in the women's game. So maybe the standard of batting at the top of the order is not that far away from lower down the order. It's not that hyper specialization as in the men's game, I think, and that I think would lead to a scenario like that. There are a lot of very big stands lower down the order, or bigger stands lower down the order, because the difference in batting ability is not necessarily as diverse as in the men's game, because opening batsmen in the men's game are generally absolutely useless with the ball, and tail enders are obviously absolutely useless with the bat, and I think the specialization isn't as extreme in the women's game.
Yeah, and then maybe when the new ball conditions are really difficult to bat against, then that means that even the good batters get out more easily.
Yes.
And yeah, the improved standard of the lower order are able to kind of salvage the score in that way.
Yes, and we are now at 20 overs, as Krantigard is finishing off her 6th, and Australia are 132 for 1. They need 199 more runs. They have 30 overs to make them in. And let's have a look if anyone is with us. Earlier today we had Rhubarb in the YouTube chat. So, reminder, if you are listening to this on YouTube, first of all, you should check out the description of this live stream to find Adit's YouTube channel, and you should subscribe to Adit's YouTube channel because it's excellent. Um, yeah, as I said earlier, I will. You should, if you're listening and are not subscribed yet, please consider doing so because that really helps out the channel, and you will be notified when I schedule the next stream, which is probably going to be on the next Sunday, which would be India versus England, I think. So very very important game for India, more so than for England probably. But Sneerana is given a fifth over, and the Australians start by taking singles of the first two deliveries, 134 for one. Yeah, I will not be streaming the final of the Women's World Cup because Gorilla Cricket have said that they will step in with much better production quality and much more personnel and stuff like that. And yeah, I will just I guess hang out with them then. But up until then, I will do the Sunday games, I guess, for the World Cup. So yes, Neerana, at least she can stop the boundaries here. 3 deliveries and just 3 singles, and it looks like there will also be a fourth single. Indeed, there will be 136 for one. Alyssa Healy is on 66.
Yep,
Go
sorry. Yeah, Healy's on 66, Perry's on 29. I was just gonna say, I'm noticing that that Sneerana is bowling from essentially the back crease. That's not the public crease. That's the bowling crease, right? Yeah. It's not quite like Mark Watt, the Scottish spinner, who bowled from like a couple of meters behind the stumps. But yeah, maybe
Yeah,
an
absolutely.
interesting strategy to kind of play with her lengths.
Yeah, she is. Her front foot lands basically right next to the stumps at the non-strikers end. But to end her fifth over, Alyssa Healy takes her to the boundary. So 70 is up for Alyssa Healy, 70 not out, and Australia are 141 for one. Now they are again ahead of the required run rate. And let's have a look. The partnership is worth 56 runs. The opening partnership was a very impressive 85, but of 68 deliveries. It took them just 68 deliveries to make those 85 runs. So India were 118 at this stage. Australia are 141, and drinks are out in the middle. Guess a change of gloves as well. There's a bit of a delay in play at the moment, but yeah, nothing as bad as during India versus Pakistan when they had to bring out the chemical warfare against the Bucks. That was really
That was
weird.
epic.
Yeah, it was really weird because I was looking at the screen and I thought, oh shit, is it raining? Because rain was in the forecast, and there was some. It looked like rain, but yeah, it was just bugs flying around, and multiple times during that match, bugs landed in the players' eyes and flew into their mouths and stuff like that. Charani is given a fourth over, and she starts with a dot ball to Elise Perry, 141 for one. In she comes again, left arm around the wicket, and this one is tucked off the hip by Perry, but there is a fielder at mid-wicket and there is no run.
So just on the fumigator in the India versus Pakistan game, which I'm sure that yeah. So you were on air when that happened. I'm sure that would have been very surreal for you. But yeah, in my neck of the woods in Indonesia, we quite regularly get oh, maybe not quite regularly, maybe like once or twice a year, have like a truck that goes through like the streets,
Oh,
and what they do is they billow out DDT,
oof.
to kill off the malaria and dengue mosquitoes.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, so like that's kind of seen as a necessary public health thing, which obviously has uh has negative effects on human health as well,
Yes.
at least in the moment. But yeah, I think that's a pretty necessary evil in these parts of the world.
Yeah, but it really looked bad because the guy coming out with this fumigation thing. It first of all, it looked like something out of the first Alien movie. Um, this kind of jury rigged flamethrower that Dallas and Ripley have in the first Alien movie, and it kept sputtering smoke out. Even while he was just running out there, and he was wearing a full respirator and stuff like that. Um, so, and Charani ends her fourth over, and it's exactly what India's doctor ordered because it is a maiden. Um, pulling the scoring back quite a bit. Um, and Deepti Sharma will continue with her fourth over. Australia still 141 for one. Alyssa Healy is on 70 of 56, and Elise Perry is on 30 of 37. Alyssa Healy and Elise Perry. So, yeah, I, I mean, sometimes, yeah, it's really interesting looking at the scoring ribbon on the TV and comparing it to what name the players display on
Yeah.
ESPN Quick Info, and then what's on the back of their shirts. It's sometimes it's three different things, which is quite funny, I think.
Yeah, most
Um,
of the time it's to do with South Asian players because there's no custom of of
yeah,
family
yeah,
names, and so
yeah,
sometimes
absolutely.
they get but it's happened to Amelia Kerr, who has A Kerr on the back of her shirt, but M Kerr on the broadcast.
Okay. Uh,
She goes by Mealy or sometimes.
okay. Okay, yeah. Um, yeah, I was thinking. I mean, in cricket, it's not necessarily so very important, and because of the whole fact that yeah, it doesn't really matter. You don't confuse the two teams with each other, because one is out there holding bats and there's only two of them, and the other ones are running around. But was very funny in I think it was in at the end of the regular season in Major League Baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, who are uh, one of the one of the more interesting teams in this year's season. Um, their their legendary broadcaster, their stadium announcer, died, and so the whole team had his name, Bob Uecker, on
Right.
their kits, um, their jerseys. So yeah, that was, and I mean they all have some number on the back of their shirts, but no one uses those numbers because
Yep.
you just note down at which position they play, and all the
Mm.
positions are numbered. So you can on baseball scorecards, you will see numbers 1 to 9, I think,
Mm.
to describe the plays. because other different than in cricket. In cricket, you would probably say the fielding position, but in baseball there's much less variance in the fielding positions. You have first base, second base, shortstop, third base, and then 3 outfielders and a catcher and a pitcher. And so that's 9 players, and all the positions on the field are just numbered, and you just write down the number of the position to denote who did what. As Charani is given another over and 2 singles of the first 2 deliveries. And did you? It's so funny that there are some graphics on the screen, and it's always what Gemini, the Google AI,
Yes.
finds has to say about the players, and it's always
Oh, is that what that is? Is that
yes.
what that is? Okay. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, because it is always very very shallow and very obvious stuff, like who was it?
Love the sweep shot.
Yeah, exactly. Loves the sweep shot, or is what was it? They had a graphic about Raval, the Indian opener, and she has an average of 111 against pace and below 30 against spin. And then the Google AI later in the innings comes in and says, loves the drive and likes pace of the ball or something like that. And yeah, okay, yeah, that's true, but it's
Show
not
me the
really
numbers.
insightful.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why they would want to do that. I mean, obviously sponsorship reasons, but
Yeah, probably.
d-
Yes.
sorry, just on the on the thing you mentioned about like the Milwaukee Brewers players wearing the shirt with well, all of them were wearing shirts with the same name. I'm reminded that in the Bangladesh team, there's at least 4, I think, people who has Akhtar in the name, like Marufa Akhtar, Nahida Akhtar, Shona Akhtar.
Mm,
So I will be very grateful that that they have some of their other names on the backs of their shirts.
yeah. And it looks like we have a drinks break. There's a physio out there talking to Elise Perry. 24 overs have been bowled. Australia are 154 for 1. But better news for India, because now the Australians are roughly at the same score that the Indians were after 24 overs. The first wicket fell in the 25th over at 24.3 overs. And it fell for 155 runs. So the Indian bowling has pulled the scoring rate of the Australians back quite a bit, I think. And yeah, there is still a lot of work to be done for the Indian bowling attack. And now,
I'm getting a dispatch from the future, saying that Elise Perry will eventually come off for cramp.
oh yeah, it's exactly what it was looking like, because she was talking to the physio on my feed, and she then went on to talk to the umpire, and now she is walking off. And yes, it looks like Elise Perry has retired hurt on 32 of 40 deliveries with a strike rate of 80. So Australia obviously remain 154 for 1, but they still have just 8 wickets left. Unless Elise Perry can return, and we don't actually know what Megan Schott is going to do if she is required to bat because she went off the field during the Indian innings after delivering one ball of her seventh over. She came off, apparently also with cramp, and Beth Mooney is out in the middle for Australia. We don't know if Megan Schutt will be able to bat later in the innings. She probably will, a bit like, when was it, in the test summer in England, when who was it who came out, Chris Wokes, was it Chris Wokes who came out
in the sling?
Yeah, in the sling and the arm inside the jumper, and yeah.
That was quite surreal, yes.
Exactly. So Deepti Sharma is bowling her fifth over, and Jemima Rodriguez is an absolute live wire out in the field. Some very, very good fielding from her, as Beth Mooney is unable to get off her duck against Deepti Sharma, who is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. That's also something I find really, really interesting. The tactics, where to bowl from, because in the men's game it is generally accepted that you bowl right arm around the wicket to the left-handers, and during this Women's World Cup there has been a lot of angling it across the left-handers. There's been a lot of that. I just noticed that because the Australians kept doing it, kept bowling offside wides, angling it across the left-handers.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, because like with the way that Deepti is bowling to Mooney now, it looked like they were trying to cramp Mooney.
Yes.
But yeah, like bowling offside wides would not be a part of that strategy.
Yes,
If anything,
exactly.
it'd be leg side wides.
Yeah, but there were some actual offside wides being called during the Indian innings when Mandana was out at the crease, and she's obviously left-handed, and some of there were I think there were offside wides bowled by a left arm spinner bowling around the wicket.
Molyneux.
Yeah, Molyneux. I think she was called for offside wides when she was bowling left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandana, and it went down way outside the tram lines on the offside.
That's interesting. Yeah. Also, just at the end of this over, Healy and Rooney ran a single, and that and and there was an overthrow, so that to two. And one thing that I've noticed during this tournament more than any other previous one is that on the broadcast and the graphics again, they're very quick to to update like whether the ball has gone for 1 run or 2 runs or whatever. And so it had already updated to 1 run before the overthrow, and then quickly updated to 2.
Yes.
And I think that's unusual for a cricket broadcast. I feel like, if anything, the updates are usually too late, and I think that later is better than going too late is better than going too early.
Yes. Ooh, interesting. The captain decides to bowl herself, give herself an over, or maybe 2. We don't know. Some off breaks from Harmanpreet Kaur to Alyssa Healy, who is looking quite amused by the fact that Harmanpreet is bowling, and but she also keeps Alyssa Healy a bit honest, because there are fielders in the deep that stop any boundary here. It's a dot ball and a single to start Harmanpreet's over. She has played 156 matches and taken 31 wickets, which is probably not indicative of a specialist bowler or even an all-rounder. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, she's an average.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Harmanpreet bowled in the game against South Africa. Was 4 overs, none for 15, which, considering some of the other Indian bowlers took in that game, like she could have probably afforded to bowl another over or two. But I also remember that time when Australia and England played tests very late in the year in India. And Harmanpreet took quite a few wickets actually in at least the test versus Australia. So and like I've been told that she used to bowl earlier in the career, so
yeah,
it's not coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, but I also think that bowling in a red ball match is very very different from bowling in a white ball match like this one here, and yeah, the first half of her over was pretty good, but the fourth ball goes for a boundary, followed by another dot ball as Elise Parry defends one back towards her. And Australia are 164 for 1. Harmanpreet with figures of none for 6. And this one is toe-ended over the infield by Alyssa Healy, finds the boundary at cover, and that means 10 runs have come off Harmanpreet Kaur's first over of the innings, 168 for 1. Reminder, if you are listening to us on YouTube, you should get in touch with us in the YouTube live chat. I don't see any more chat messages after the one from Rhubarb. Okay. Anyway,
I'm curious, Leah, what you think about Harmanpreet, because like obviously amazing player, like one of the best that India that one of the best players for Indian women like in history. But I feel like I can't really warm up to her because I think temperamentally, like I'm not drawn to the kind of player she is, and like there's quite a few players, including on the women's side, that like that get chirpy and get like emotional on the field, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'll just pause because Jemima Rodriguez just took an absolute screamer at cover.
Yes.
To get out Beth Mooney.
Yes, as I said, I mean, she has been one of the best in the field for India in this match. There were some very very good stops at backward point. There was some really good stops at mid wicket, and now she's taken a screamer on at the end of one of the batting strips to the side of the one used, and Beth Mooney has to go for 4 of 8. She is out caught Jemima Rodriguez, bowled Deepti Sharma, and Australia are 168 for 2. Yeah, that is an absolute screamer from Rodriguez. It's in the air. It's a one-handed catch in her left hand. And yeah, suddenly the Indian bowlers have their tail up a bit right now, and I think the celebrations showed that this was really important for the self-belief in the Indian team, as Annabelle Sutherland is coming in at 4. Did you read that Dan Liebke tweet about Sophie Molyneux and Annabelle Sutherland? Blue Sky message.
I haven't seen that one.
The one 3 for 75 of 10 overs is a wonderfully mad set of figures. Is it good? Is it bad? Nobody knows. Thank you, Sophie Molyneux. And then he answers that one with 5 for 40 of 9.5. More boringly definitive. Shame on you, Annabelle Sutherland.
Yeah. The 3 for 75, could that be like a superposition of good and bad?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a one of those figures. It could be match winning or match losing. You don't really
Yes.
know.
You don't really know until you play the game and you find out, like Schrodinger's cat.
Yes, exactly.
Uh,
Um, yeah, there's a wide in there from Deepti Sharma now, but no runs off the bat as of yet, as Healy defends one back towards the bowler, and there is again no run. 170 for 2 Australia. As we are, I'm guessing we are going to see a lot of replays of Jemima Rodriguez's catch of Beth Mooney, as Dipti Sharma continues. This one is played out into the leg side, fielded at mid wicket. There is no run again.
yeah, what's more impressive about the catch is that she actually takes it in two hands.
Yes,
She has
she
that
does.
much time.
Yeah, it
Absolutely
looked
amazing.
like she just stuck out her left hand, and but in the end, it is indeed with both hands, and Deepti Sharma ends her sixth over with another dot ball. So just the wide and the wicket. 170 for 2 after 27 overs. 161 runs from 138 deliveries is the equation now for the Australians.
Yeah, and it looks pretty different to a couple of overs ago, especially before Perry uh had to step away from the field. Now Australia are behind where India was at the end of 27th over. They were 171 for 1.
Yeah. And also well, Perry is retired hurt. Mooney is out. We don't know what Megan Schutt will do in case her services with the bat are needed. Now there's a lot of activity out in the field. Harmanpreet Kaur and Sri Sharani are resetting. Sri Sharani are resetting the field. But yeah, back to Harmanpreet Kaur. Yeah, she is a bit of a divisive figure in in cricket fandom. And Sharani has Sutherland first ball. Did she drag on, or is that clean bowled? It's hitting
I think
the
I
off
think that was
bail.
really good.
It's through the gate, isn't it? Yeah, she didn't get an inside edge to that one. Let's see the replay. In comes Sharani, left arm around the wicket, and yeah,
It turned a long way. It beat the outside edge.
yes, it did.
It
And
pitched on leg stump, beat the outside edge to hit the off bail. That's amazing.
that's pretty good. That really is pretty good, and it's a golden duck, isn't it?
I was off 2 balls.
Oh, it was
Silver.
two balls. Okay, yes, exactly. Annabelle Sutherland has to go. None. She's bowled Sri Sharani. None of 2 deliveries. Strike rate of 0, and Australia are behind India, just behind India. But this is. I think it's good. It's good for the match that it is very, very close. That there is some drama. If the Australians had ramped home unimpeded, it would have been probably quite boring. This is really, really good, because now Ash Gardner is in, and she is off the mark with a drive, first delivery, 171 for 3. Oh yes, there's the replay that turned quite a bit. It pitches on leg, beats the outside edge, and then hits the top of middle stump. Uh, that's pretty impressive. But to be fair, uh, Sutherland was coming down the pitch and was looking to play her out into the leg side. So she didn't come down straight down the track. She was moving to the leg side a bit. So that obviously makes it easier to beat the outside edge. But yeah.
Yeah, but still to pitch on leg stump
Yes.
and hit the hit the upfield. That's a lot of turn. Um, and yeah, 172 for three looks fairly comfortable, but compared to where they were like 3 overs ago,
Yes.
it's a whole different game.
Yes, exactly. They were, and I mean the two quick wickets. That's probably, well, I mean, it could be worse. They could have two new batsmen out in the middle, but Alyssa Healy is still there, and she is probably looking to make a century here because she's in the 90s. But the last 16 deliveries have brought 15 runs and 2 wickets. So, yeah, suddenly the game has changed quite a bit as Healy takes a single into the offside. So she is on 92 now and definitely looking to make a century here. Maybe a match-winning knock, a true captain's knock. She's not looking happy on screen though.
It's not often that you see Healy without a smile on her face, but I guess this is
Yeah,
when things are getting serious.
Yeah, this is one of these situations. She was looking quite concerned during the opening partnership of India in the first innings. She really didn't like that. Charani ends her 6th over with a dot ball. She ends it with figures of 2 for 16 as Australia are 174 for 3, and the stands in Visakhapatnam have suddenly come alive again.
Just finishing the point on Harmanpreet, I think like the main thing that soured me on the way that she I guess interacts with other players is there was a series against Bangladesh, must be 2 or 3 years ago now, um when yes, that the third game in that ODI series, like I think it was 1-1 going to the
Mm.
third one, and 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 for some reason, and there were a few less than ideal like umpiring decisions, including once against Harmanpreet, and she smashed down the
Mm.
stumps. Which
Yeah.
like who amongst us? But then that game ended up tied, and for whatever reason, there wasn't a super over when there usually was in other series.
Oh yes, yes,
Um,
yes. I think I remember that one.
and she went up to Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladeshi captain, and said something like, right, yeah, because the series was tied, both teams took the end of series photo
Mm.
together, and Harmanpreet went to Jyoti and said like, hey, get the umpires in for the photo too, because obviously she was saying that the umpires played a part in Bangladesh tying the series, and yeah, that's like it'll be one thing for a regular cricket captain to behave badly like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
she's the captain of the most powerful cricket country in the world, and yeah, that's a really terrible look.
Yes, it is kind of terrible. But I mean, in the end, I'm happy she's no Gautam Gambhir. He was a
Oh yeah,
prick.
yes, that's fair.
He's a prick. That guy. Um, he still is a prick, and it's one of the worst things ever in cricket is listening to a Gautam Gambhir press conference when he
Mm.
mumbles in light speed. Um, it's so irritating. And he has a reputation of being a very unpleasant guy on the field. And
Mm.
I can't even imagine having to be out there in a test match batting, and Gautam Gambhir is trying to sledge you from slip, in that mumbling voice of his. That has to be one of the most annoying things, or could be the least effective sledging ever, because everyone's just saying that, what are you on about, mate? Didn't understand a word there. Um, anyway, Sri Trani is back for her 7th over. 2 wickets for her. Very, very good figures of 2 for 16 from 6 overs. That's an economy below 3. It is
Yeah,
2.75, something like that.
yeah,
Exactly what India need now. In
definitely
Sh-
resting back momentum. And that's a full shot from Ash Gardner, and just is very lucky not to be caught off that. Kind of popped up a leading edge just over the head of short mid wicket. Very lucky to get away with that. The
yeah,
single.
that's I think I noticed that quite a bit during the Asia Cup
Mm.
in the United Arab Emirates, when the pitches were generally very, very slow, and there were quite a few wickets that fell to slower balls that weren't that much slower than the stock deliveries, but the batsmen were through their shots way, way too early, and so the balls popped up into the air all the time, and were easy outs, easy catches taken. Uh, I don't have the feeling that this is all that slow of a pitch. So I think there was one of these during India's innings as well that was also very, very lucky that it just fell in no man's land.
When Australia played against Pakistan and collapsed to 7 for 76 or whatever it was, at least a couple of the Australian batters got out that way, including Ash Gardner.
Mm. Yeah, and so now the Australians are. It's not the boundary fest of the earlier stages of the innings. The opening partnership was very boundary heavy. Um, Now the Australians are actually rotating the strike. A lot more singles taken, and I don't know if. Well, it's probably because it's the middle overs. It's the boring middle overs. There are more fielders allowed outside the ring, but yeah,
I mean, it's following a similar trajectory to the Indian innings.
yes, it is.
Like, because it wasn't until like the 25th over or whatever that the opening partnership was broken.
Yes, exactly.
Uh,
20. Oh, that's a good shot from Gardner. That's a very, very good shot for 6, and that is it. Uh, her It's her first boundary of the innings as she dances down the pitch, gets under it, and it's over long off for 6 runs, and it is one of the longer sixes of the match with 74 meters. I think none of the
it
Indian
didn't look like she
sixes.
she hit that perfectly.
Yes, she did. She gets perfectly under it, off the meat of the bat, and I think that's one of the longest sixes if not the longest six in the match, because I think the Indian sixes. None of those were longer than, I think, 70 meters. I think. But
Yes, so this one actually cleared the sponsor boards as
yes,
just clearing the rope.
yes, but now we have the comparison of the scoring rates on the screen for the per 10 over interval, and it was 8.2 for the first 10 overs, and now it's down to 5. Oh, sorry. It's now down to 5 point something, 5.2 or something like that. But there is still boundaries left in Alyssa Healy as she hits a 4 over the leg side and moves on to 99.
Yeah, there's a ginormous gap on the leg side. There's
Yes.
absolutely no one within 20 meters of mid wicket,
Yes.
and Healy slog sweeps into that gap.
Yeah, I think the bear would have an aneurysm looking at this, because Sneerana is bowling, and I think the bear always says, always have a mid wicket for a spinner, always, without fail. And yeah, I mean, he has a point, because now Alyssa Healy completes her century. She takes a single. Alyssa Healy, 100 of 84 deliveries, and Australia are 191 for 3. Congratulations from her batting partner Ash Gardner. She takes off her helmet. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, that's...
So we have captain centuries on consecutive days. That's if Brian got one yesterday.
Yes. Getting a bit dark here now in Central Europe. So yeah, I mean, she has to win this match now for Australia. That's nothing more depressing than a very good century in a losing cause. And it is a good century because it has come at a very good strike rate of over 120. So
there's a good case of a very good century in a losing cause that's relevant to this game, because well, if Australia were to win this one, then they'd have to break the record for chases in ODIs, and
yes,
the game that has that record is it was Sri Lanka versus South Africa, where South Africa batted first and Laura Woolvard scored 184, and in a score of 301 for South Africa, and Sri Lanka chased that down, got 304 for 5 or whatever, with Chamari Hacha scoring 195. So Laura Woolvard's 184 was in vain.
Yeah, but I mean, she's just taking Rana to the cleaners now. There's another 6 runs to end Sneerana's over as Alyssa Healy slog sweeps her, and that means Australia bring up their 200. 202 for 3 after 31 overs, 16 runs coming from this, the 31st. Alyssa Healy is not out on 110 of 86 deliveries, and Ash Gardner is on 12 of 11. Sneerana has bowled 6 overs. She has taken no wickets, conceded 49 runs now. Yeah, and I think there was a graphic earlier saying that Alyssa Healy's highest score against India is 133 overall. So, yeah.
Yep, so, within striking distance of that.
Yeah, exactly. Just 23 more runs, and Alyssa Healy has a newest high score against India, which would be pretty good, I think, for. And I mean, it's it would be great. You make your new highest score against an opposition. You break the record for the highest chase in women's ODIs. Yeah, pretty good.
Of course, there's quite a long way from that result actually being finalized, and I want to ask you later. Like, I think there's quite a bit of conversation about how Australia is not as unbeatable as they used to be, but while still obviously being extremely difficult to beat. Um,
Yes.
yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's definitely not because Australia are slacking. It's I think the standards across the world have just increased. So it's not that the Australians were better way back when, but that all the other teams are not as bad as way back when. I think
Mhm.
it's no, it's I think it's really a case of other teams catching up to Australia and less Australia getting worse.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Although I mean, like, there's the case of people players like Elise Perry not having the output that she used to, but regardless, I think the strength of sorry, the relative fragility I think of Australia at the moment is that they actually do get themselves into trouble, especially like in the game against Pakistan,
Mm.
7 for 76. But where they are still better at, where they are still much better than other teams, is that there is a guarantee that every single game, one player will step up and win the game.
Yes.
Whereas even with England, like sometimes Heather Knight plays that role, sometimes that's Evan Brunt,
Mm.
but there's still enough games where no one plays that match winning role. Whereas in Australia's case, like in this case, it was Healy. Last game it was Mooney.
Mm.
Game before it was Ash Gardner. There's always someone.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, Alyssa Healy is now in striking distance of Netsova Brandt, that 117 captain's knock that she played to win England their last game. That's the highest score of the tournament so far, the 117, and Healy is just 8 runs away from beating the captain of Blighty. So,
I don't understand the reference.
uh, well, I mean, Netsova Brandt made 117 in England's last match. Blighty is just a
Sure.
just a name for England, old
Oh,
Blighty,
okay, sure.
and yeah, I mean, it's the English always refer to the Australians as the convicts, and
Hmm.
yeah, so and the Australians generally call them pommies, but and do believe me, I do not want to give Ian Botham any credit, but um, he says that, of course, pommies or poms refers to prisoners of Mother England,
Ah.
um, which would make the Australians the pommies.
Tables have turned.
Yeah, and I feel physically sick agreeing with Ian Terence Botham, Baron Beefy of Brexit, or whatever his title now is, because he was basically made a lord for services to Brexit by
But
who was
yeah,
it? Was it
it was one of the many unfortunate Tory prime ministers
yeah, I think it was
on their way out.
Johnson. I think it was Johnson. I think
Mhm.
Theresa May used, because English prime ministers when they leave office, they get to nominate people for knighthoods, and it's the only time there is no veto against any list of
Oh,
knighthoods. So she used her resignation list to make boycott a knight, because he had been nominated for a knighthood, or people were talking about nominating boycott for a knighthood for years. Um,
mhm.
but because he's a prick, he never got one. And um, yeah, and so Theresa May used her resignation list to give him the knighthood, because otherwise it had always been vetoed. And I think the Queen herself once vetoed a knighthood for boycott. Yeah, because I think John Major, who is also a major cricket nerd, he was the successor of Thatcher. Um, he's also in tons of documentaries about Botham's ashes in '81 and stuff like that. They interview him. I think he is in the 2005 Ashes DVD. I think
Mhm.
something like that. Um, yeah, he tried to give boycott a knighthood as the 32nd over comes to an end. Sri Charani bowled it, and the Australians could only take 3 runs of the 32nd, meaning they are 205 for 3 and they need 126 more runs. They are generally, they are almost exactly where India were at this stage in the match. They have lost one more wicket though. Then there's also the fact that Elise Perry had to retire hurt, and now Ash Gardner is moving very stiffly around the crease. As Kranti Gaud is back into the attack, she is bowling right arm over the wicket. There is an ugly inside edge from Gardner that brings the Australians a single.
I'm
Um,
very surprised that the win predictor says India by 53%. Yeah, 53% chance of India winning.
why is that? Why do you think that's surprising? Because I think it's from my perspective, it's pretty even right now. Even though of course, you have 1 or 2 overs like the one from Charani that brings only 3 runs, but generally, the Australians are still in with a very very good shot, given the fact that the Indians didn't really make any runs didn't get any runs out of the tail, and they didn't bat out their overs. So as long as you
Oh, I
can,
meant it's more like 70% Australia in is why I was surprised. Like
okay, so you think
because I think the fact that yeah,
so you think
sorry,
Australia are favorites right now?
yes,
Okay.
and not yeah, and it's not that close. Like the reason why I kept quoting the DLS past scores is that
Ah.
there was a period of my life that I was making a match predictor out of the DLS model,
Mm-hmm.
and at the moment they're still about 25 runs ahead of par, which means that like yeah. So if Australia's score was on par, then that would be 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the fact that they are, let's say, 10-15% ahead of par means that, that would be like 60 or 65%
But
likely to win.
you have the pass score for 3 wickets down is so it's around 190 or something like that. But what is the par?
No, it's one. So at if it's at the end of the 33rd over, let me just update that.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be 184, 184.
Okay. Uh, we are seeing the highest scores as Australia's captain, and Belinda Clark has the highest score as Australia captain against Denmark, which is
228.
yes, but it's against Denmark. Let's face it. As Healy ends the over from God with a 4, which brings her level with Nat Silver-Brandt, 117, highest score of the tournament thus far. But what happens if you put in 5 wickets down? What's the par score then?
Yeah. Yes, the classic add 2 wickets. I will just update that.
No.
Par score 200. Yep, 211. So
Oh, okay.
it would be, yeah, Australia just above.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that because Elise Perry is retired hurt, and we don't know what Megan Schott will do. So,
right, very good point.
so and that brings it back to the or into the realm of 50-50, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's within noise. I will say that Chamari Atapatu yesterday came off with cramp and later came back. So
yeah, true.
There's precedent for this happening.
Yeah. Have some pickle juice and everything will be fine. Okay, Amanjot Kaur is given her 5th over after she predominantly bowled during the power play, she exclusively bowled during the power play. 4 overs during the power play, I think. Then she was off. Now she's back for her 5th over. Currently, her figures are none for 36. The Australians are unable to score off her at the moment. Ash Gardner is on strike, and she just plays out 2 dot balls, as we are seeing the high scores again. Yeah, Belinda Clark versus Denmark in 97. Meg Lanning versus Sri Lanka in 2017 is 152 not out, and Meg Lanning is also in 3rd place, 135 not out versus South Africa 3 years ago.
And she's also in 5th position at 97 years ago.
Yes.
Ridiculous matter.
Yeah, what's that? Is it Ryan Tendoscate who I think he averages 75 against India in something, and Virat Kohli averages less than 20 against the Netherlands. I think it's in ODIs. Something ridiculous like that, because both of them, I think the Indians only ever played the Netherlands once or something like that. And Kohli made, I think, 16, and Tendoscate made 75 or something like that.
So Tender is 5 times better than Kohli.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely is. Now Ash Gardner is coming to the party, though. There are boundaries scored by Ash Gardner now against Amanjot Kaur.
Amanjot Kaur.
Yeah, there is a. First of all, there's a couple of runs of the 3rd delivery of the over. Then there is a slap to deep cover, where I think Goud is stationed, and she misfields it, and Gardner can score a boundary there. Another single to bring Healy back onto strike, who can now go ahead of Nat Silver-Brandt for highest score of the tournament. They are currently level on 117, as Australia are 221 for 3 after 33.5 overs. They need another 110 runs from 97 deliveries. And that one is kind of an... Yeah, that's an accident. It's very, very wide by Amanjot outside Healy's off stump. It's well outside the tram lines, and Sue Redfern
That's
has
not
no
far away from being a no
hesitation.
ball.
What?
It's not far away from being a no ball for
No, it's
being off the pitch.
yeah, exactly. It's not that far away from being a no ball, and the final delivery of the over is slapped to the boundary at backward square leg by Alyssa Healy, and that means she now is 121 of 92 deliveries. So, yes, she has pulled clear of England captain Nat Silver-Brunt, who was up until today the highest scoring innings of the tournament. Australia end the 34th on 226 for 3, 12 runs coming off the 34th over, and it absolutely, ruins Amanjot Kaur's figures, who has now bowled 5 overs. She has taken no wickets and conceded 48 runs.
The standings are on screen at the moment, and I will say that I'm quite uncomfortable seeing England up on top of that table.
Yeah, but I mean,
just in that, I am a hater, and I would. I'm gunning for England to the semi-finals, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, but I mean, it would just make any loss in a knockout match all the more sweet. Let's put it that way.
Yes, definitely.
And yeah, I think England have it in them to cock up a knockout match. I think they have it in them. Deepti Sharma is back, and Australia are just 11 runs ahead of where India were at this stage, according to the on-screen graphics. As
well, in that second ball, I thought Gardner had been beaten.
Yes.
Yes. So she'd skipped down the track, and I thought the ball had gone past her. And I was expecting it to get stumped, but it actually hit her arm or something.
Yeah. And there is a single into the leg side. That's, I think it's Rodriguez again, this time fielding at deep mid wicket. But the Australians take a single. Yeah, so there's the India schedule now on screen. And yes, the next game India are set to play is on Sunday, the 19th of October. Against England, as I said earlier. I will look into covering that one as well here. And let's have a look at YouTube chat. No, there's nothing there. Earlier we had Rhubarb with us and stuff like that. Yeah. So now there is no score on the tally screen, which is always helpful.
233 for 3.
Yeah. And again, there is the schedule. They will have to play. No, there's Australia now. Thursday against Bangladesh. Wednesday, the 22nd, against England. And on Saturday, the 25th, against South Africa. So, yeah, I don't see them lose to Bangladesh. And yeah, they will probably beat England as well, I think. So, and
yes, so if Australia wins this one and wins against Bangladesh, that's semi-finals locked up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if they win today, they go to the top of the table, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, I think, because it's their 4th match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll be on 7 points.
Exactly. Yes, and because one of their matches was rained out, but the England team has only played 3 matches. They have won all of them, but yeah. So, 98 more runs needed, 90 deliveries left for Australia. That would be quite a kick in the teeth if India didn't make the semi-finals at home. That's well, maybe change of captaincy will be the outcome of something like that. I mean, Australia are ahead of the run rate currently by 0.11, and Alyssa Healy is looking absolutely in touch, as Sneh is continuing. She's given her 7th over, and yeah, she's bowling wide. Sue Redfern has spread her wings. 235 for 3, as Alyssa Healy hacks one back towards Sneh. There is no run. But
as much as I wish this wasn't the case, if India does somehow miss the semi-finals, I think that would be a really big blow to like the stadium, the in-ground attendances.
Yes.
There's a lot of like the really well-attended matches so far have just been the Indian matches, especially given how hard it is for fans coming in from other countries, like given how late the fixtures and were announced and how late the tickets went on sale. And so unfortunately, I think this tournament needs India at least making the semis.
Yeah, probably, but yeah. Oh, the more. We have a field: long off, extra cover, cover, backward point, short fine leg, deep square leg, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and long on. I think it was India versus Pakistan in this Women's World Cup, and there was a gaggle of middle-aged white blokes from Australia, obviously, because they were wearing Australia caps and AFL jerseys, who for some reason were there watching India versus Pakistan, which is not really a competitive fixture. Pakistan have never beaten India in a women's ODI, and if there is currently a bit of a gap in performance between the Pakistan men's team and the India men's team, it is even worse in the women's game.
I mean, I think if you're in Australia in Colombo and you're expecting to watch like a couple of cricket, yeah, if you're just in town and Australia's going to play in Colombo in the next few days, and India versus Pakistan just happens to be on, I wouldn't see why you couldn't just go to India versus Pakistan.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a bit of concern with Healy and his arm and her arm. I wonder what the issue is and whether it would affect her continuing to bat in the innings.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to break Belinda Clark's record here. So yeah, no, but yeah, it would be quite a blow, because thus far in the Australian innings, she's really the only one who got on with it. It's a bit like the Indian innings. There was a very good opening partnership, and then in the middle order, people got starts, but no one could really kick on. The third highest score, as I said, is, I think it's 38 is the third highest score in the Indian innings. Smriti Mandhana made 80 and Pratika Rawal made 75, but after that it's 38. As who is it's Charani is bowling, and there is Alyssa Healy is on strike. She's on 127, and now she reverse sweeps Charani for 4 runs at a fine third man, I would say. And the equation for Australia is now 87 of 82 deliveries, so they are closing in on run a ball in a chase of 331. Excellent stuff from Alyssa Healy here. And yeah, we have slow-mo replays of Harmanpreet Kaur out in the field, and she's not looking like she's in the mood for chirping. I have to say. And now Radha, who for some reason is on the field as a substitute for I don't know whom, stops one and seems to have hurt herself now as well. The ball is coming directly towards her. She goes down on one knee and stops the ball, can't get a hold of it, and then sits down. But it doesn't look like it's something serious. Australia 244 for 3 after 36.4 overs. Target 331. As Alyssa Healy is stepping outside off and is hit on the upper thigh by a delivery from Charani. And I think the fact that no one appealed for LBW there, despite it being probably half a meter outside the off stump, shows the morale of the Indian team here. As Alyssa Healy is getting ready, 5th delivery, and this one is defended back towards the bowler. There is no run. 86 required, 79 deliveries left, 245 for 3. One more delivery coming in the 37th over. Yeah, I mean, 131 of 101 runs, so that's a strike rate of around 130. That's pretty good. It's, let me have a look, 128.43, something like that. Adit, you still there? Oh no. Looks like Discord has stopped working again. Let me have a look. I will try to restart Discord. Yeah, it stopped working again. I don't know what is going on with that. For those people listening and not in the know, Discord is currently, I don't know what's wrong with it, but sometimes it just stops working with the voice, and it just stops. The sound just stops working completely. No, you're not coming through, Adit. I will have to restart Discord. Give me a second. I'm not hearing the soundboard. Okay. I have to stop Discord using the task manager as well, because it just doesn't work any other way to stop this stupid thing. All right, restarting Discord. Hopefully that helps. Anyway, in the meantime, Alyssa Healy is in the mood and she hits. Who is bowling? I think it is. Give me a second. It's Sneerana, and she is hit for a 6. And in comes Rana again, and Healy goes down on one knee and sweeps her for 4 runs. And that means Australia are down to run a ball, basically. 75 needed, 74 deliveries left. And again, close ups of Harmanpreet Kaur, who doesn't really look in the mood to chirp. So, let's have a look if this works now again. Nope. I don't know what the problem is. So show. Sorry, give me just a second. I have to type something into the chat because I don't know what's going on. Can't even hear the soundboard. And restarting just Discord doesn't seem to work. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Charani is back into the attack. Yeah, that's all great, but I don't. You can hear me and the soundboard, but I can't hear the soundboard. That's really annoying, and I don't know what it is because I don't think it's an interaction with something like OBS. Because I mean, it was working. It was working for a really long time, and then it just out of nowhere and randomly stops working. And apparently, I was looking into this earlier. Apparently, I'm not the only one who experiences this problem because the sound just stops working overall for me in Discord, and I don't know why. Just a second. I think there's some people outside of my window, and I think they're letting their dog shit in my garden. Okay. Anyway. So, Australia are 265 for 3 in the 39th over, and they are now below a required run rate of 6. 66 runs to get, 68 deliveries, and finally, Alyssa Healy has to go. Sneerana takes an amazing catch at, where's that? Backward point, I think. And Alyssa Healy is out. She has to go 142. What's going on? It's a wicket, isn't it? Oh, there is a review because the umpire is not sure that it carried. If it did carry, it will be an amazing catch that Sneerana takes there. We are seeing replays from different perspectives, from different points of view, and it's not really clear if that one is a clean catch. And yeah, so very, very sorry that that the Discord call with Adit broke down. I don't know. I'm looking into it again. And thanks for coming on, Adit. Not just thanks for. Don't have to thank me for having you here. It's always a pleasure. So yeah, everyone, Adit's channel is linked down in the description of this live stream. Go ahead. And subscribe to him, as well as the decision is pending, but we are seeing the big board now. Let's see, it's out. The decision is out. The third umpire has decreed that this catch was indeed clear, and Alyssa Healy has to go a bit. She looks like she doesn't consider the job done yet, but is this the giant twist in this match? Is this the twist in the tail, as Australia are 265 for 4? One more delivery left in the 39th over. They are below a runner ball required now. 66 needed, 67 deliveries left, and I think it is Talia McGrath who is coming out for Australia at, well, it's not number 6. Let's put it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At 7. She's coming in at 7. Obviously, there's just one retired hurt. It's just that we don't know what will happen to what will happen if Megan Schutt is required to bat. Final delivery of Charani's over, and that's a dot ball defended into the offside by McGrath, and Australia are 265 for 4. Gardner and McGrath out in the middle, in the center of the pitch, talking. Now they're coming back again. 265 for 4. Still Australia. They are quite ahead of this match, I would say. The Indian tail is definitely. They definitely underperformed. There were not enough runs squeezed out of the tail by India. As who is going to bowl now? I think it's Gout. Krantigaut, I think. It's not shown on the screen, which is always very, very, very nice, because I don't know why they have to omit the bowler's name in a limited overs match, when it's getting close to the end, at the death or close to the death, and where they normally show the bowler's name, they then show just the runs needed, balls left, blah blah blah. But I have confirmed over on Crick Info it's Krantigaut, and there is a single, so Ash Gardner brings up her 40, and Talia McGrath is now on strike. She is still on naught, and the required rate is climbing back above 6 again, 65 needed of 64. There is an appeal for a caught behind, as Gout bounced McGrath, and it looks like the keeper, Risha Ghosh, is thinking that she got a bit of bet on that one. But I think it just hit her upper arm or something like that, and then ballooned up into the air. Let's have a look. Yes, she is hit on the arm. It balloons up. Risha Ghosh takes a catch behind the wicket, appeals for caught behind, but no one is interested. And now Talia McGrath is off the mark with the boundary. Absolutely slapped Krantigaut over the leg side, and the required rate is down below 6 again. $61 needed, 62 deliveries left. 270 is up for Australia, 270 for 4, 39.4 overs gone, and I think the crowds have gone very, very quiet. Looks like all the celebrations from earlier, when India made 330, they have died down. In comes Krantigaut, and another misfield at deep cover, and that's another 4. 57 required from 60. Who was that out there? Amanjot Kaur is the fielder near the boundary that misfields one, and therefore concedes the boundary to Australia. So 40 overs gone, 9 runs coming from the 40th over. Australia 274 for 4. Talia McGrath is on 8 of 5. Ashley Gardner is on 40 of 39, and Krantigaut has bowled 8 overs. She has bowled 1 maiden. She has taken no wickets and conceded 63 runs. Who will continue for India? Final 10 overs coming up. The run rate was 8.2. Then it was is that a drop by backward point? I think it is. Let's have a replay. Deepti Sharma bowls, and I think that's a missed chance by Charani, and Deepti Sharma can't believe it. Robbed of a wicket by sloppy, very, very sloppy fielding, as she comes in again, right arm over the wicket, and McGrath plays that back towards her, and she fields it herself. There is no run, but the Australian required run rate is below 6 still, as McGrath goes down on one knee and absolutely slog sweeps that Deepti Sharma delivery down towards fine leg for 4 runs. And hands on heads in the stands. Australia are way on top, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a historic match. If Australia chase this down, this is the highest successful run chase in women's one-day internationals. There is an appeal for LBW, and India have one review remaining because it is not given out on the field. They have now decided to use their final review, possibly, against Talia McGrath, and India review an LBW decision that has not gone their way. We have who's that? There is a different TV umpire now. The TV umpire was Jacqueline Williams. Maybe she's just had to have a comfort break, but because I think it's Kim Cotton who is the third umpire right now. India review. So apparently there is no bat involved. It is pitching outside off. Impact is in line and it is hitting the wickets, and India have used their review very, very well, because it would have actually hit the top of leg stump. And Talia McGrath has to go now. 279 for 5. Australia. Is there still a twist to come? This is an absolute thriller. She is going for 12 of 8. She's out LBW bowled Deepti Sharma. And who is coming in? Is Elise Perry maybe all right again? Because otherwise it would be Kim Garth. I can't tell you because there's advertisements on the feed now. Oh, it's Sophie Molyneux, and we are seeing Elise Perry in the dugout, and she's furiously playing with a basketball, I think. Sophie Molyneux is in at 7. I have her listed on the team sheet. She was listed at 11. So, yeah. Sophie Molyneux is now facing Deepti Sharma. They need 52 more runs. In comes Deepti Sharma, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Molyneux. There is a lot of yes, no, maybe. There is confusion between the batsmen, and there is a direct hit off the stumps. There is an appeal for a run out, but I think everyone is safe. It was again Jemima Rodriguez who fields. She is very, very good in the field. She throws to the bowler's end. Deepti Sharma picks it up and throws at the striker's stumps. But I think Sophie Molyneux was safe. Yes, she was. No one decides to do anything about this, and now she is off strike with a single towards deep point. 280 up for Australia. That's the end of the 41st over. Australia 280 for 5. Molyneux is on strike. She's on 1 of 2, and Ashley Gardner is at the non-strikers end. She's on 41 of 40. Deepti Sharma has now taken 2 wickets. And the win predictor says Australia are 67% favorites now. Elise Perry is sitting in the dugout and she is not looking happy. I can't tell you if she is padded up, if she is ready to come back in after retiring hurt for cramps earlier in the innings. From her facial expressions, I would say no. She's out of this match, or at least the support staff have told her that she's out of this match, because she is furious in the dugout. Alyssa Healy, very, very tense face, which is remarkable given the fact that Alyssa Healy is normally someone who is very, very smiley and a bit chirpy sometimes, but nothing like that now. Cut by Molyneux, and she almost finds the boundary, but Chirani comes running around from deep point and she prevents the boundary, but the Australians have run a couple regardless. This is getting tense. This is really getting tense. In comes Amanjot Kaur, and now we are seeing replays of the wicket when India used the review, and they retained the review because it went their way, the appeal, obviously. Well. 283 for 5, 41.2 overs gone. Amanjot Kaur is coming in right arm over the wicket, clipped off the legs of Ash Gardner. There is a single. So 47 runs required from 51 deliveries. Elise Perry is sitting in the dugout. She is still wearing her pads, but she... Well, her body language is telling me that she is absolutely furious, and I don't know what's going on here. There is a substitute fielder on the field for India. Radha is on the field, but I don't know for whom. Australia need 47 from 50 now. The required run rate is 5.64. Ooh, this is getting tense. This is getting really, really tense now. Kaur comes in for the 5th delivery, and she finds the boundary, 4 runs at cover, as Goud is looking to stop it and is positioned just a bit too far away again. She's been doing a lot of sliding in the outfield today. This is... Yeah, maybe she could have stopped it if she had just stretched her hands out. Australia won't mind. They need 43 more runs of 49 deliveries, 288 for 5, 41.5 overs gone. Harmanpreet Kaur not looking very happy. There's an Indian family in the crowd, and they are also not looking very, very happy. But when they see that they are on the tally, they are suddenly all smiles and waving again. But yeah, it's getting a bit tense now. So, what do you think will happen? Who is your favorite here in this match? I would say Australia have played it really, really well. Mostly owing to a captain's knock, an absolute captain's knock by Alyssa Healy. And yeah, Deepti Sharma is continuing now. 42 of 47 required. Sophie Molyneux and Ash Gardner are out in the middle for Australia. The target is 331. It would be the highest successful chase in women's ODI cricket. Gloomy faces in the Indian parts of the stadium, in the Indian sections. $289 for 5, and Molyneux gets another single, 290 up for Australia. 41 runs required, 46 deliveries left, and yeah, they the Indian fans, it's it's always amazing. You can have a look at the crowds, and you can absolutely see how India are doing on the field. Dot ball, which is like manna from heaven for India right now, looped up by Gardner, but it falls safely as a fielder is coming in from long on, picks it up, throws it back into the middle. Australia take a single. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. Singles are good enough. The required run rate is below 6, so singles will get Australia there, as Molyneux is on strike and she mistimes one, gets an under edge, and there is no run. 291 for 5, 42.5 overs gone. And there is another amazing Gemini fact: most wickets since ICC Women's World Cup 2022, Deepti Sharma, and she also bowls during all 3 phases, apparently. Yeah, thank you, AI. That's amazing stuff. Amazing. End of the 43rd over. 292 Australia, 4-5, 4 runs of Deepti Sharma's 10th over, who ends her night with figures of 2 for 52 from 10. And yes, I think this is now the only way that India can actually win this. If they now take a wicket and Elise Parry comes back in and just smashes a few, India are out of it. If they can keep Gardner and Molyneux quiet, that's probably their best chance. And Amanjot is continuing. She is bowling her 7th over. And she starts it with a dot ball. Sophie Molyneux unable to score off the first delivery. Yeah, Elise Parry is sitting there. She's not. She's still wearing her pads, but she's not wearing gloves. And there is also no helmet inside. Sorry. A single of the second delivery of the 44th over. 293 for 5. 31 required of 40. In comes Amanjot Kaur, and there is another single into the leg side, I think, for Ash Gardner, who moves on to 45. Yes, indeed. So Sophie Molyneux is back on strike. 11 of 12 for Sophie Molyneux. 294 for 5. There's a lot of prayers are sent to the heavens in the stands as Molyneux finds the boundary. She sneaks one past short third, and Australia are nearing 300. 33 runs required of 38 deliveries, and they are not yet ahead of where India were at this stage in their innings. But you have to remember that the Indians were dismissed all out in the 49th over. In comes Kaur again, another single from Molyneux. So Gardner is on strike. She's on 45. Australia 299. 32 more runs required from 37 deliveries. That's what those boundaries will do to the required run rate. In comes Amanjot Kaur, and it's out. She has bowled Ash Gardner. Australia 299 for 6. Gardner didn't even realize that she had been dismissed bowled. Let's have a look at the replay of that one. In comes Kaur. She's bowling, and Gardner gets an. She's hit on the back thigh. It bounces back onto her inside edge, and from there it goes into the stumps. So Ash Gardner goes 45, bowled Amanjot. And Australia end the 44th over on 299 for 6. But apparently Elise Perry is fit to bat again, and that is probably it for India, unless they can dismiss her now very, very fast. It is indeed Elise Perry. She is 32, not out of 40 deliveries, a strike rate of 80. But she is not on strike. That would be Sophie Molyneux. Let's see. 32 runs required, 36 deliveries left. It is Sneerana who is given another over, and she starts her 9th over. She starts her 9th over. I don't get any more. I don't get the bowling figures on the scoring ribbon anymore. She starts with the wide, which is not really anything that the Indians can afford in this situation. But she starts with a wide. Then there is a single. Sophie Molyneux is off strike. Elise Perry is back on strike again. Australia have been going along at 7.2 for the last 5 overs. The current run rate is 6.78 and the required run rate is 5.27. 30 runs needed, 34 deliveries left, and looks like Jemima Rodriguez has to hold back the tears in the field. Now, Elise Perry, I think Sophie Molyneux is hit by the throw in towards the bowler by Deepti Sharma. There is apparently a bit of grumbling about obstructing the field. Now the umpires are conferring. Sue Redfern, no, it's not out, says Pereira. Let's have a look. It's Perry who is hit. Perry who is hit. There was a bit of a back and forth stop-start kind of deal, and Deepti Sharma throws in towards the bowler's end, and as the ball comes in, Elise Perry is kind of in the way, and there are grumblings about obstructing the field, but yeah, it's not out. It is not out, but it is getting very tense. It's Perry struggling to make her ground. The umpires are talking about whether they were talking about whether she changed her running line, because if she had, she could have been given out obstructing the field. Now Sophie Molyneux is back on strike, and there are now 2 dot balls to Sophie Molyneux, 302 for 6, 44.5 overs gone, 29 needed of 31. A single, and this time a very, very good stop by Kranti Gaut at short third. Restricts the Australians to a single. She has had a very mixed day in the field, Kranti Gaut, mostly in the outfield, but this time in the infield she makes a very, very good stop, overshoots the ball a little bit, but there was always a single there. Australia now almost 75% favorites, 303 for 6, 45 overs gone, and Sophie Molyneux is on strike. They need 28 from 30, and in comes Amanjot, and there is an appeal for LBW against Sophie Molyneux. It is given out on the field. And is there another twist? The Australians have reviewed it now. This is getting tense. Australia have reviewed it. It is given out on the field, but Sophie Molyneux has sent it upstairs with 3 seconds on the DRS clock. 28 needed, 29 deliveries left. And Kim Cotton is looking at the replays. There is absolutely no bat involved. It looks plumb in front. Has it done too much? What? No, there's ball tracking coming up. Okay, that's just a weird decision by the TV director, and it is pitching outside off. Impact is in line, and it is hitting the wickets. Molyneux was basically walking off when Elise Perry stopped her and told her, review that. And yeah, that was out all the way. That's a waste of a review. And Sophie Molyneux has to go LBW AB Cower for 18, strike rate of 94.73, and Kim Garth is in at number 9 for Australia. This match is not yet over. Garth is on strike. They need 28 from 29 now. And Amanjot Kaur is on a hat trick, but yeah, I didn't even realize that. Yes, she took a wicket off the last delivery of her previous over, and now she's taken Sophie Molyneux's wicket off the first delivery. But Kim Garth survives the hat-trick ball. She can't make any runs, but yeah, she survives the hat-trick ball. In comes Amanjot Kaur again, and there is a single in the leg side for Kim Garth. So she is off the mark, 1 of 2, 304 for 7 Australia. And the required run rate is back up to a run a ball. It's not over. Amanjot Kaur. And here's another nugget of insight from a Gemini. Very good against left-handers and attacks the stumps often. Perry. Another single. She is off strike. 305 for 7. This is a match now. In comes Amanjot Kaur and cut, but there is a fielder at backward point and no run for Kim Garth. So 26 of 25 now required. Oh dear, oh dear. They had it to below a runner ball, and now it's getting tense for both sides now. Final delivery and defended back towards mid-off. There is no run. 305 for 7, 46 overs gone. 26 needed of 24. And yeah, that's definitely wherever you sit, don't move in the Australian dugout territory. I would think. Really good match this now in the really thrilling match now in the end. Elise Perry is on strike, and it is Kranti Gout who is bowling. She is bowling her 9th over. Elise Perry takes a single off the first delivery of the 47th over, 306 for 7. 25 runs required, 23 balls left. And yeah, the Indian fans are coming back to a bit of life. I think. In comes Kranti Gout, right arm over the wicket, and this one is cut away, and it has missed all the fielders. It is to the left of backward point. There is a fielder coming around from deep third man, but Kim Garth has found the boundary, and that is another 4 runs, 4 very important runs for the Australians. 310 for 7 now Australia. 21 runs needed. 22 deliveries left. Cut away again, but the fielder at point this time can stop it. And it is back to run a ball. Oh, this is amazing. 21 runs required. In comes Kranti Gaut. And the Australians take another single. There is another attempt at a direct hit. I think that was Jemima Rodrigues who misses the stumps, not by much. And if she had hit it, it would have been out at the non-strikers end for Kim Garth. This is amazing. Next one is a dot ball by Elise Perry, 311 for 7. If Jemima Rodrigues, she was not that far out from the stumps at the non-strikers end. If she had hit it, it would have been run out at the non-strikers end. In comes Gaut again, full toss, and this one is walloped into the leg. And again, there is a misfield by the Indian fielders out near the boundary in the deep. I think that's Radha, the sub, who is on for I don't know who. And that is 4 runs to Elise Perry. End of the 47th over, Australia 315 for 7. Elise Perry is on 39 of 46 and Kim Garth on 6 of 7. Kranti Gaut has bowled 9 overs. She has bowled 1 maiden. She has taken no wickets for 73 runs now. 16 of 18 required. 3 overs to go. Here we go. It is Amanjot to Garth and a single of the first delivery of the 48th over. $316 for 7, 15 needed of 17. Perry is on strike. The target is within reach of Australia. 1 or 2 boundaries here, and that would basically end the game. But instead, there is a dot ball. 316 for 7, 15 needed of 16. Perry taking guard. In comes Kaur, right arm over the wicket and whipped to long on, and Australia take another single. It is fielded by Harleen Deol, and Australia move on to 317 for 7, 14 needed of 15 now. Yeah, this is getting really, really interesting now. In comes Kaur again, and another single, this time by Garth into the leg side. It is fielded at mid-wicket, but the Australians run through for a quick single. 318 for 7. 2 more deliveries, 13 runs needed, 14 deliveries left. In comes Kaur again, right arm over the wicket and played out to mid-wicket. No run, 318 for 7. 1 more delivery, and it is 13 required of 13. Final delivery of Amanjot Kaur's 9th over coming up now. In she comes, right arm over the wicket and defended back towards the bowler by Elise Perry. 318 for 7, 48 overs gone. 3 runs coming off Amanjot Kaur's 9th over, And the Australians are 318 for 7. They need 13 from 12 now. Oh boy. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Squeaky Bumra time. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Rhubarb. It's coming down to the wire. And yes, all the people that have paid for a seat in the stadium have definitely overpaid, because they don't need the seat, they just need the edge of it now. 13 of 12. And there is another dot ball to start Sneerana's over, who is now bowling her 10th over. In she comes again, right arm over the wicket, and is reverse swept for 4 runs by Kim Garth. 9 of 10 needed, 322 for 7. Oh dear. This is quite the match, quite the squeaky bum time. Indeed, Rhubarb. It's going down to the wire as Sneerana comes in, played into the leg side by Kim Garth. There is a fielder out in the deep. It is indeed the inevitable Jemima Rodrigues, and the Australians run a quick single. 8 needed of 9, as they are 323 for 7. 48 and a half overs gone. In comes Sneerana, and Elise Perry plays it lofted towards long on. There is a fielder out in the deep there, so they just take a single. 7 of 8 needed. Sneerana coming in, right arm over the wicket to Kim Garth, and she plays a quick single out into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, and Australia needs 6 of 7, 325 for 7 after 48.5 overs. Elise Perry on strike for the final delivery of the 49th over, and she is now taking guard. In comes, oh dear, Elise Perry ends it in style as she lofts Sneerana over long on for a 6, and that is that. Australia win by 3 wickets against India in Visakhapatnam. What a match it has been. What a match indeed it has been. It's been a privilege to watch it. Let's go over the highlights of the Australian innings, and let's be honest, there's basically one highlight, and that is Alyssa Healy, 142, highest score of the tournament thus far. A couple of starts. Elise Perry, who had to retire hurt early in the piece, came back to make a 47 not out. Kim Garth was with her at the end when Elise Perry hit the winning runs in a massive 6 over long on. 331 for 7. Sri Charani, probably the pick of the bowlers for India. Very good economy of 4.1, 3 wickets taken. Amanjot Kaur and Deepti Sharma with 2 wickets each. Kranti Gaud and Harmanpreet Kaur and Sneerana, the unlucky bowlers. No wickets for them. So, yeah. let's have a final look at the YouTube chat. Thanks for the stream, says Rhubarb, and goodbye, everyone. Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe, because I will probably stream the India versus England match on the next Sunday. So if you don't want to miss that, you should subscribe to this channel, and it will pop up in your subscription box. You can also follow me on Blue Sky. That's in the description of the channel. You should also look into the description of this live stream to find Adit's YouTube channel. I have linked it there, and also, of course, there's a link to the Armchair Cricket Podcast YouTube channel. You should also subscribe to that. Good friend Ajit, and yeah, Gorilla Cricket. So yeah, I've been at it now for about 7.5 hours. Maybe you can forgive me if I make this relatively quick and say thank you, everyone, and I will see you again very, very soon. Bye bye.